sub-sound. This is the sub-sound. This is the sub-sound. This is the sub-sound. This is the sub-sound. Hey! Welcome back. What's up, everybody? It's time for another stream. Welcome to Friday. I just remembered I haven't paid my bills this month. I'm just kidding. No, I still got to the end of the month. But I should check that as soon as I am done streaming tonight and be responsible. Interesting beginning of stream epiphany. I don't know where that stuff comes from. They're gonna take my computer away. They're gonna take my microphone away. They're gonna clean all the dust off of it and they're gonna sell it to a consignment shop to pay my bills. I don't understand why it is not why is autopay not universal? It's on a few things, but it's not on a lot of other things. It's 2021. I should just be able to shouldn't even have to push a button. You're going to take the money, right? What am I gonna do? Not pay it? My water bill, my electricity bill, and my heat and air. Well, gas bill. What am I gonna do? Just, yeah, I decided not to pay this month and you're just gonna turn off my house? No, I'm going to pay. Or it's going to come out of a credit card. If I can't pay. No one is like, yeah, just let that go. Like, there should be a button to turn it off, not a button to turn it on. In case you have a tough month or something, then turn it off. But it should be an auto pay default like the rest of the time, 100%. Because I got bad news for some of you. The older you get, you do not just suddenly become more aware of your responsibilities. Whatever you feel right now describes you as a person will also describe you in that same method. None of you are just going to magically change for better or for worse. You're going to be the exact same. If you're forgetful now, you're going to be possibly more forgetful, even. Your brain's going to continue to deteriorate, and you're just going to forget even more things. I realized this as I got older. That's about all that changed. Also, with the 2020 being the way it was, every day runs together more than ever before these last 2 years. So it's even more difficult than usual. They're all the same day. But luckily, sometimes when you do the same day, you can have fun and do the same RimWorld colony. And do the same, we did Starbase yesterday. And I had a lot of fun playing with people in chat, yelling at them for crashing into my ship. And the ship was built. We got to fly it. And we got to go on an adventure. Maybe we'll go on more adventures in that ship. And pressing chat into service to mine rocks for my ship. And then stealing money from the guild bank. Which reminds me, I went on one last run late last night. And paid back another 70k. So now I'm only 60,000 credits in debt instead of 170,000 or something. The debt will be wiped clean, actually in just 3 runs. The Starbase debt, I think, will be erased in 3 newbie zone ore hauls, which really, when you think about it, is not that bad. That being said, the other 140,000 was spent from my own pocket, because it was a 400,000 credit ship. So I borrowed 260 and paid back 160. I don't know. Anyway, there's not that much left. I'll have to look at it again. But we'll definitely play that again because the ship is done and I want to do some deep space adventures. But I can't do deep space adventures because there are bad actors that are not community members who are just directory trawlers. So maybe I will do something where I don't know. Maybe I'll find a day and play with Avic or something off stream. We'll go to some extreme remote location, all alone, or anybody else in the actual community that I recognize that wants to go. Everyone has to turn off their transponders, turn off all of their what do you call it? I'd have to turn off my transponder settings so I couldn't see transponders because people could triangulate my position by seeing how far away I am from different stations and stuff. It's kind of annoying, actually. I don't know how you're supposed to play without all that. And then turn the stream on when it's so far away from everything that it's not even possible to find it. I didn't even realize that they did a big patch on the game. Speaking of patches, both Starbase and RimWorld have had big patches this week. We'll look at some patch notes for RimWorld here in a second, actually. But I didn't realize when I played yesterday that Starbase had patched in a new station. They did a deep space station. That's already in. With a separate auction house, only 2% auction house taxes, and its own safe zone. And in the patch notes, it said that there are some rocks in the safe zone of the station that you can mine, and apparently they are finite, because in the patch notes it specifically said once the rocks are gone, they're gone. So I don't know. Apparently they are. Once they're gone, they're gone. I have no idea how the systems work. Sometimes they talk about it, sometimes they don't, it feels like. People were talking about the 300K station. Yeah, that's the one. So it'd be fun to make a trek down there or something. I planted a tracking device on Etal, now he has to be my friend. I will follow him to the edge of space. Hello, beginning of stream subbers, slubbers. Novosibirsk gifted 5 pre-stream subs. The rare pre-stream gift sub drop. If you're out there, Pre-Futurism, John's, Binary Burnout, Carnadan, and Rocket Man are all subbed now. Simulacra, thanks for the 9 months. Howdy. Welcome, Keep Love. And Scatteray. Miss Lissaday. Soups08. People arriving on the scene. And she's the worst. Says, wow, I finally have the cursed sub badge. I am so happy. That's 3 years. And Miss Lissaday celebrating 4 years. Thanks for the subs. All right. We have some words to look at.
This is the sub sound.
There are words that need to be seen. This is the patch notes stream. So this is from a few days ago. On Tuesday. I already knew about a lot of this stuff because I've been looking at the unstable branch. But this is the stuff that's now officially out. The big thing is fluid ideologians. So you can now start from almost nothing. You only get 1 meme. And then over time you get points, development points, to reform your ideology, altering memes, precepts, changing styles, structures, and more. So new gameplay style. Maybe the default. This might be the new default way to play. I think Tynan finally got tired of people arriving to his Steam page and going, this ideology's too big brain for me. I don't understand. So, it has been simplified. A simple, minimal ideologian that you can begin with. Let's see. Darklight Braziers was actually a big complaint because when you start getting royalty and you are one of the Darklight memes, there were no braziers, but braziers were like a prereq for the royalty people, I think. I guess that's been added. This is interesting. Predators no longer hunt animals on the other side of fences. I was starting to kind of enjoy that, but it is unnecessary micromanagement, so it's probably better this way. Predators can still randomly wander into animal pens. Add an alert to tell the player when a predator has wandered into a pen in use. So pens now will prevent your animals from falling prey. So that actually gives the fences a much more valuable reason to exist. You could say walls are probably still superior, but at least wood fences are extremely cheap and easy to build and will prevent them from getting hunted. So that's good. I also like this. I think I talked about this on stream not that long ago. The game now shows the source of each piece of content, where it comes from, so you know which expansion or mod something came from. It shows which expansion mod each research project comes from. Because I was talking about playing mods, and I was like, I don't really like playing with mods when a new expansion comes out because I like seeing what the new stuff it's in the regular game is versus the stuff that is, you know, from one of these Steam Workshop things, right? Actually, let's do this. Okay, Arconexus is way beyond our level. Arconexus added the tongue. Tongue is removable via surgery if you prefer someone not to speak. The tongue won't be damaged in combat. No more insulting sprees in the entire colony, baby. Convert everyone to a silent and eyeless, unnerved witness. No insulting sprees, no looking at ugly people. And also, no proselytizers. So if you're annoyed by proselytizers who try to convert at a elevated, like, 700% rate, you can shut them up. Also added a bionic tongue that replaces the tongue. Apparently, I don't know if the bionic tongue actually does anything better. I feel like bionic tongue should give you a small boost to social. But I don't know, maybe it does. I don't know if it does anything. New junk for visuals. Arconexus stuff. Draw lines to show buildings that affect Garanlan tree strength. That's good, because we had some problems with that the first time, but now I know better. Draw a highlight over pawns that can be assigned to a role you're currently hovering over. That's just nice quality of life. There's a couple big, this is a pretty big patch. The improvements are like the most gameplay related stuff, so we're gonna focus most on this. Re-enabled random social interactions for bestowing ceremony and fixed it breaking down when pawns started social fighting. I think that happened to us in our first colony a time or two before they turned it off. And now it's been re-enabled. You can have up to 3 relics in the same room for stacking mood buffs. Maybe we'll get a relic one day. Where are we? Oh, you have to do animal linking by, like, right-clicking, like the float command, by right-clicking the tree. It's not just going to show up on all pawns, so I need to remember that that's there. I don't think we even have an anima tree in the extreme desert, which is interesting. I did not know that was going to be a thing. So, no linking for us, I guess. Pawns now recover from Berserk Trance on being downed. Did they not before? I guess they didn't before? Because you can arrest Berserk pawns, but you can't... Oh, okay. Yeah. The melee specialist ability, I see. Okay, I haven't had a melee specialist. That makes sense. One sec. Okay. Dryad healing pods. We talked about this before. Chat, I didn't move tiles in this save. You guys are confusing the other 4 runs that we did on Extreme Desert. So, I'll be the one sipping thank you. This run is the same tile we started on. What? I missed the desert runs? Apparently. I mean, we had like 5 of them in totally different tiles and stories that were actually really fun. That was a lot of fun for those streams. Okay. Dryads will heal, including missing body parts in their heal pod. They were not healing body parts before, especially good for the melee ones. Skulls now keep track of the name of the pawn they came from. Hilarious. Okay, this is actually... only OG RimWorld players are gonna pog at this. Wind turbines can now be walked through like most other buildings. After all these years have gone by, we have been building windmills like one space apart so that you can walk around them and put out fires and not have to go around the entire stack of windmills. For the first time ever, windmills can just be walked through, which is actually insane. Biosculptors now list what will be cured and what can possibly be cured. We'll see biosculptors one day. Oh, I saw people posting about this. The people were picking darkness and tunneler ideologies, where they love darkness, and then there would be a sun blocker on like another tile, making the people who prefer darkness be able to go outside freely whenever they want with no penalties. So it's supposed to be a bad thing that like kills your crops or whatever, but the darkness ideologies were like, yes, dude, perfect. Now I never have to have mood debuffs. Adjust some thought descriptions so they still make sense for blind people. I'm curious about that. Timber shrooms can grow wild in caves. Interesting. Removed culture restrictions when choosing ideologian. I'm not sure what that affects, but I'm interested to see. Okay, this is also kind of nifty when we get to biosculptor. There's 2 different biosculptor cycles now, medic and bioregeneration. There was a new research project requiring the multi-analyzer and the biosculpting that enables the bioregeneration cycle. Medic cycle is just for short-term wounds, but bioregeneration can heal permanent scars, age-related conditions like frail and bad back, and some smaller missing limbs. However, the new cycle takes like 16 days in the pod to fix, so it takes like a full season of them getting biosculpted or something, I think. Kind of a big deal.
This is the sub sound.
Okay, now, this is stuff I have been chirping about on the last stream. Tuning for Dryad. Dryads have been buffed, which is good, because I already thought Dryads were good. Now they're going to be, like, good. Dryad spawn days reduced from 8 to 6, so they spawn faster. Oh, this was the thing we talked about also. If you do the cheese that I talked about a few streams ago and remove a roll from someone, give it to another one strategically, you only had to suffer a -5 and you got the powers and abilities that you wanted. Now it's a -15 mood debuff, so it's actually going to chunk their mood in a more realistic way for getting demoted and losing the roll, losing their abilities and powers and stuff. Production specialists apparently were super OP. They only get a 50% bonus instead of a 70% crafting speed bonus now, which makes sense. 70% was insane. Reduced intensity of 8 meat opinion for vegetarians. Reduced biosculptor age reversal cycle from 10 to 8 days, so biosculptor's buffed. Reduced the nutrition requirements of healing and age reversal from 10 to 5, so another buff. Woodmaker Dryad output every 2 days, increased by 7, 25 to 32 wood per Dryad. So if you have 4 wood Dryads, you're getting 28 extra wood. So it's almost like having a 5th wood Dryad from the old numbers, which is really good. Also, they transform in 5 days instead of 6, so they transform faster. It was taking ages. And Barkskin Dryads, who we just started producing, just got an armor buff. 30% blunt armor to 40% blunt armor, and 60% sharp armor to 70% sharp armor. So I'm curious how much of a difference that's going to make. Gronlin seeds also are not absolutely worthless if you want to vendor them. Okay, I'm curious what these psychic sensitivity things mean. Or if they mean anything noteworthy to me. It's just under technical, not really gameplay related. And then a whole bunch of fixes. Oh, here it is. Doctors tending to patients in bed used the medicine in their inventory even if it was worse than the available medicine in the colony. Finally, hallelujah! I can tell my doctors to just hold a heel root in their pockets forever now, and they will not use it for infections that you should be using higher quality medicine to cure. At last. If multiple types of medicine are in a doctor's inventory, they would select the medicine with the lowest medical potency, so that's been fixed. Kind of in the same realm. Those are huge. Let's see. If a slave rebelled while carrying a person, they could kidnap the carried pawn with no feedback to the player. Secret slave rebellion. Like, hey, what happened to, Jack? Didn't we have a pawn named Jack recently? He's just not on the map anymore. Where'd he go? Let's see. Are there any other huge ones? Wild person could be used in gladiator duels, causing manhunter revenge. Wild man prisoners are no longer allowed to be used as duelists. Good RimWorld things. Animal pin marker, animal consumption, always assumed animals were hungry, having reported consumption. Oh, they were eating more than it said they were. No, or, huh. It said they wanted to eat more than they were. I don't know. Something with the information there has changed. I'll have to look into that. We don't have any pins anyways. I think that's probably all that applies to us. Yeah, I think that's probably all that applies to us. Typos equal fixed? You say that, and yet, if typos are fixed, we saw a typo right up here.
This is the sub sound.
Fell. I'm just kidding. Anywho, that's where we're at. I just wanted to look over those because there are actually some really big changes. And there's about to be even more really big changes. Because there's another patch in the works. Currently on unstable. Guess what, chat? The Underfed Witnesses are directly affected by the upcoming patch, even though they're dead. Quote. I had to find it again before I can quote it for you. Where is it? Blind Pawn's stats are unaffected by light. Whoa. Whoa. We talked about that like a dozen times. I'm curious if that is a buff or a nerf for blind pawns. I would hope it's a buff, so it actually gives them some kind of advantage. Basically, what was happening, if you don't know, was so let's say you're doing a task, building. Building has a heavy success chance modifier based on your eyesight. So if you don't have eyes, you'll lose like 50 or 70 or however much it was percent of the base for your like chance of success at doing a thing. But if you were also in darkness, you would receive an additional 20% debuff to speed and other like global work speed on top of, well, it was more about speed than success chance most of the time, but still, light does affect success chance of surgery and things. I don't know what else light affects success chance of besides surgery. And, like, tin quality. But anyway, that's now going to be normalized. And, it's just going to be the same whether you're in light or dark if you are a blind colony or blind colonist. There's probably more stuff in here. I haven't had time to read all of it because there's actually quite a bit more. But that was the big thing. Alright, we already listened to this song. Let's go back to here. So I'm curious to see how... Oop, we're not doing a new colony. No. Mod mismatch. Where is it? Where's the mod mismatch? Uh-oh, it's follow me unofficial. Just Peachy's follow me is gone, I guess. Compact heat ifs, heat map. Follow me got updated? Oh. Maybe the original got updated so they removed it? They said, I just pushed an update, including French translations at Just Peachy. Thank you. I wanted an update, but was afraid of changing things too much. Glad you like it. Oh, the new preview images. Something, I guess we'll see. Let's find out. I have that mod already. There it is right there. It was like just before compact heat ifs. Press the home key to follow them. Alternatively, you can click with the middle mouse button on the colonist in the top bar to toggle follow. All right, let's restart the game. And hopefully this just works. Changing the mod. This should work. Also, what is up? Late arrival lunchbox. We're just doing some patch notes. Thanks for the 6 months lunchbox. Andy Yumster is sharing 19 months. Howdy, Andy Yumster. What's up, Bruce Tazu? Alien, please, tongue removal stream. We'll see about that. Nubby Death was stolen, sharing 11-month sub. Welcome to the mod messing. Oh, look at these moods. Oh! What did I do? What did past me do? Oh, we must have just finished. Hello, Mary Skipper. What are you doing up here? We must have just finished killing this person. I guess. Well, everything still works, so that's good. Very angry colonists. Just kind of looking around to see. It was only a few days ago. Look at these lads. 32 wood coming out in the next 22 hours. We're about to be banking some wood. We really need it, though. We got 2 medicine makers, Thornathus and Badgerconda, and we just started a new Garanlin. We're gonna try Barkskin with its new blunt and sharp armor updates. Get some tanks. We got triple Garanlin trees over here in the desert. No anima trees that I know of. Maybe one day. Whew! Feels good to be back. Feels good to be back. We left on a victory, but I want to check everybody and see where we're at. We're healing Etal. Mr. Sharps is fixing the bruise. Nothing wrong with Childish Thin. Y2B Shear's got a spear stab in the foot. Oh, that's right, yeah. They poked you in your good foot and you just fell on the first strike. In the last battle. Captain is also tended with some pretty good quality tins. 70%. Set the ribcage. Ashley is here and also feeling better, hopefully soon. Mr. Sharps is on that psychite addiction. Speaking of, we got 32 psychite teas, so we're golden on addictions for a little while. Nightbot is wearing flak vests and was insulted times 10. Aw, don't make fun of Nightbot. Also, Nightbot, if you could wake up, take off the flak vest. I'm gonna make all the angry meleeers drop their melee, if you don't mind. Just a couple bruises. And also, we got a bunch of addicts now, so let's do the count. Mary Skipper's addicted to psychite. Joe Caleb is addicted to psychite. Wraithen is addicted to psychite. Nightbot is addicted to psychite. I keep clicking off their screen. Mr. Sharps is addicted to psychite. Good God. And Captain is addicted to psychite. Hilariously, only 2 colonists. No, I guess we have 3 colonists who are of the faith. Speaking of the faith, we need to convert somebody. Speaking of converting somebody, we do have a prisoner. And the doors, I guess, being held open. They only have 6.4 resistance. They are higher power, they believe, 60% certainty. They are a really good doctor, and capable of a lot of things, but good meleeer? Excuse me, this is a childhood killer. Adulthood healer. The ultimate redemption arc, I guess. But medical plants melee is good with bloodlust. I like it. So we need to just keep recruiting you, and we have to keep beating them down every time they rebel, but they're real close to joining us. I was once a killer, but now I am a healer. Alright, I don't think we don't have any emergencies. I think we can just unpause and deal with the consequences of whatever happens here. Make Nightbot drop the Equa. Mary Skipper needs treatment but is not bleeding. So, we had like a pretty intense shootout right here, was where most of it was. Because we had, I think it was Childish Stin or somebody was wandering around. And if we didn't fight, they would have just gone and killed Childish Stin. Or left them for dead or captured them or whatever. So we kind of had to like make a stand right here. And it went pretty well. We handled it pretty well. So we got to clean up. This is the immediate aftermath. We hadn't even finished walking in from the battle. I think I was just tired, and so we just kind of like said, future me can handle this. I won the fight. Now you've got to clean it up, which is fair enough. Let me check on everybody and make sure they're on the correct meds. Oh, also, let's take advantage of the new doctor stuff. So, Doctor... Childish Stin, I believe. Yes. There's no reason why you can't now carry at least 2, maybe even 3 heal root. We also have Dr. Etal and Dr. Mr. Sharps and Dr. Ashley. Now that that's been fixed, huge incentive to take advantage of the carry medicine automatically mechanic. Which is awesome. There's Mr. Sharp's fulfilling the addiction. Catharsis isn't good enough. Unbottling my feelings. No, I need psychite tea on top of that. Wearing my little flop hat. Drinking cocaine tea. Starvation. Okay, we'll feed. Don't worry, we'll feed you. Mr. Sharps needs some sleep, though. Wraithen, could you, or somebody, maybe me? Maybe me? No, I can't walk. I feel like Mr. Sharps and Childish Stin are the only... Childish Stin could just feed themselves, honestly. Just get up. You're not even in a medical bed right now. So I can middle mouse click people? That's cool. Alright, let me blow my nose. Eating ASMR. I love the contrast between this colony and the Underfed Witness. These guys look super run down. They are! Have you seen where we came from? We're lucky to even be here. We're better than ever. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 colonists. We went from literally 0 people in the colony that had our ideology back to 8. It's a miracle that we're even in this spot right now. All right, I'm hoping that moods do start to improve. Let's go ahead and see how many resources we've got. We got some decent sandstone on offer. We got 179 raw psychoid leaves waiting to be tapped into. We got a little bit of money, a decent stack of steel, barely any plasteel, barely any wood. Wood is the thing that we are the shortest on right now. But I am very happy at seeing the wood dryad buff. We're going to talk about that like a dozen times today to remind everybody how badass they are. Got a good amount of psychite tea from my addicts, which reminds me, how are we doing on regrowing? Because if we start... The biggest threat to this colony right now, realistically, is running out of psychites. If we ever cannot supply these extremely needy individuals with their drugs, that's when they're going to rebel and the colony is going to fall. Also, were these ancient giant wheels here before, or were those added to the map? I think they were here. Apparently there's a boof to wood dryas. Did I not already tell you 3 times? Make it a 4th. Alright, doctors need to feed the people who are struggling right now. Wow. Okay, alright. I knew it was gonna happen. Ashley is on a fire starting spree and will wander around randomly starting fires. I think they changed the appearance of the ancient wheels in this patch. I think they did too. It does look different, game guy. How do the magic trees work? Okay, the magic trees work. You get, sometimes a seed sprouts on the map. You can go and harvest the seed. When you harvest it, it looks like this, and you can keep it as long as you want. Then you can plant it somewhere on the map. You need to plant it somewhere where there are not buildings, so it does not lose connection strength. And there should be red lines if it's built next to something. Yeah, you'll see the red lines, like stuff that you built's too close. So when you plant it, then you do a connection ceremony, pick a colonist, and have them connect to the tree. Only that person can prune the tree. In this case, Y2B Shears is connected to this Garanlin, Childish Stin's connected to this one, and... who is connected to this one? It's probably Nightbot. Nightbot is connected to the other tree. So what they do is they have to spend a large chunk of their day pruning the tree to your designated level of connection strength. Each level yields the possibility of another dryad being born from the hidden dryad inside the magic tree. One at a time, over the course of weeks. Upon connecting to the tree, you can choose what type of dryad you want to be born from the tree, and they fulfill different roles. So there's a carrier that can haul stuff, the barkskin dryad that can tank, the clawer dryad, which is high, sharp penetration DPS, the wood maker that spawns wood, the medicine maker that creates herbal medicine, and the berry maker that makes berries, and then the gal maker if you are the special tree worshippers. So what they have to do is they have to spend a significant portion of their day under plant cutting. It's not a growing skill, it's plant cutting. So if you have growing in front of plant cutting, they're never going to prune the tree. And if they don't prune the tree, if it falls below the threshold, you will lose the dryads you've accumulated. So the higher the connection, the more time it takes per day to maintain. So it has the benefits of creating up to 4 of a thing that you need. In my case, My number one right now is wood makers, because on extreme desert, there are no trees. There's not even cactus growing naturally. So, rather than painstakingly grow tens of fields of cacti, we have some saguaro going just to augment it, but it's not... It's only 12 wood per saguaro, and it takes like 5 days to grow, each one. But I now get 32 wood per wood dryad every 2 days, so we're gonna get the next haul in like 20 hours. So it's just a nice way to give us harvestable, renewable wood repeatedly, and the only work I have to do is prune this tree. Once they prune it up to their designated level, they'll go do other stuff. But they gotta keep it above the threshold, otherwise they lose a bunch of time. This one we're gonna do tanks, the bark skin dryads, and then on this one we got 2 little medicine makers, pooping out 4 medicine each every 2 days. In fact, my stockpile of 73 heal root is exclusively as a result of these little dudes. The other benefit is, when they maintain these connections and the beautiful grass grows, look at this. Beautiful environment. I really like this place. It's beautiful. Plus 10. So they get a nice little mood bonus for chilling on the fancy grass. Or around it. I don't know how close they actually have to be. They might have to be just standing on top of it. I'm not sure why Childish Thin doesn't get it, but you do. Why does this one have, why does this one have so much more grass than this one? I feel like we're missing grass on the edges here. And obviously, this is soft sand. Uh-oh, yeah, I forgot you were just setting fire to things up here. Did anything burn in the colony? Oh, it's strictly the unification ceremony? I thought it grew as the connection strength grew. Well, that makes sense because we started this one the longest ago. And had the fewest people in the colony that could attend. Ashley's no longer on a fire starting spree, feeling a little better after the catharsis. And speaking of wood, there's our first little wood dump. Anyway, if you just joined, we just unpaused like 15 minutes ago because we were doing patch notes. We read all the patch notes at the beginning of stream. Yeah, this one is a huge field compared to the other ones. Okay, so let's do just... I'm worried about E-Town. What do you need? Tainted flak vest. I can fix a little bit of this for you. And you probably don't like the helmet either. Let's start micromanaging these people. And since you're so unhappy, I'm going to have you drop your steel sword. Thank you. Leave that at the door. You also have crashing shuttle ignored. I didn't mean to say no. Wants TripAdvisor apparel. Yes, you do. And that is the slice cap. So why don't you go grab that? Didn't we get like a airdrop of slice caps or something? Yeah, there's a bunch of them up here. Okay, you got your slice cap. Are you feeling a little happy, grumpy? Disturbed sleep times 3. My truth is so clear. I've been in the dark for a while. You're a mountaineer. You'll figure it out. All right, Y2B Shears is ravenously hungry. High Life missing. You guys are so whiny. I have tons of food. We have 2,000 food. We actually do have wood for the stove. We need to cook some actual food here, though. We only have, like, 4 meals. Oh, we gotta bury the new corpses, too. Build some more of those. Let's see. Anybody else? Mary Skipper, what's wrong with your mood? Night owl and daytime. You're good. Go to bed. Okay. The moods are slowly bouncing up. They were just atrocious when we got started here. I want to double check that we're not losing any connections, thresholds. Oh, we just got a new immature dryad. Oh yeah, you're right there. You're gonna be in cocoon for 4 more days. And then we'll have another medicine maker. Excellent. So you're right where you want to be, 69% connection strength. Okay. I'm just making sure that we are golden on all these issues. Who's supposed to be cooking? Joe Caleb wants to make Saikai tea one last time. Nope, never mind. Going straight to the fungus. I love having all these crop planters. This makes this colony run so much smoother. Because we're getting fungus, and we're replanting the fungus almost immediately. And there's some more medicine. Ah, dude. I'm gonna be so sad when and if these trees burn down. I think I want to start taking some precautions, actually, because we depend on them so extensively now that I think it's time for a little protection, you know? I think we have gotten to the point where this would be a welcome change. With like at least a rudimentary level of lockdown. Just to try and make the... Oh, this is gonna be a little tougher. It's not that bad. Even if they want to break through, that's fine. But I just need a limited safety back here because we have 3 Garanland trees and all of our farms. There you go. All right, they can get started on that. We still only have 1 builder, so it's gonna take ages. Mary Skipper's the only one who builds in the entire colony. Oh, look! Saguaro. A little saguaro bonus. Look how long it takes to replant just for 12 wood. Mary Skipper is fully healed. You love to see it. Mary Skipper is pissed. And I simply don't trust you right now, Mary Skipper. I'm sorry. You are not trustworthy. My melee is not trustworthy. Oh! There it is. 30, 60, 96 wood. Plus that which was already there. We're raking it in. A group of cassowaries are passing through the area. They will not attack unless provoked. No, we're good. Hello, Chat and Etal. How is everything going? I'm evacing for a hurricane tomorrow, so that is fun. That does sound fun. What hurricane is currently going down? Where's the latest and greatest extremely spooky hurricane? Yeah, Idaho? Yeah, there's a lot of hurricanes that hit Idaho. They pick up the potatoes, uproot them from the ground when the winds get strong enough, and just throw them at extremely lethal velocities through people's windows. It's definitely get in the bathtub situation if you're there. Okay. A quarry worker named Gil is crashing in a transport pod nearby. If he survives the impact, he'll be badly wounded. Gil is from your enemy, nicknamed the Guns. You can capture him for recruitment or slavery purposes. This is a charity incident. Wait. How is this a charity incident? He's from my enemy, the guns. What does charity have to do with this? I can enslave him or kill him. How? Wait. Can't I, like, harvest his organs if I want? He's, like, right in my field. Well, we're gonna change this bed to prisoners, and looks like you just fell into our lap. Hello, Gil. You are dead in 16 hours with a scratch in your right arm. Space refugee, apparently. Well, I guess we gotta add Randy's trying to add new colonists. And he dropped it right on our doorstep, which is fantastic. Let's see. Okay, the grand reveal, Gil. Let's see. Okay. Not a big fan of chemical interest or night owl, or misogynist for that matter. But I do have to respect the double fireball mining passion, which we are desperately going to need once we start digging out the main base. And the construction fireball, which is probably the biggest aspect, because Mary Skipper, also a night owl, is currently our only builder. So we are extremely desperate for people who can build. Our colony's biggest weakness is that. Mary Skipper is literally the only person in the entire colony who will build. Double night owl constructors, yeah. 2 night construction workers, I guess. They are believer in full manporkism, which I think you can guess. We're gonna start converting you, though. Sleepy time, nighttime construction. Yeah, they put the cones out, they put the lights, they get the truck, and they change all the lanes on the highway if you have to go anywhere at noon. I mean, noon versus midnight. That's the worst part, just having to go somewhere really late, and there's just random rogue cones all over the highway, like moving you from one lane to the next, seemingly at random. I do love to see that we're getting a rudimentary defensive fortification up. It's high time that we started doing that. However, wealth is getting scary. Oh, no. We haven't even started making armor. We're researching electricity right now, I believe. How about we start making some shelves? That's furniture. What do we start making some sandstone shelves? And put them where? I don't know. It's not really a good spot that is conveniently located. I just want a spot to put armor on. Like, I guess I could just make a stockpile somewhere, and that would be the same thing. That's actually a good idea. Let's just have this stop being for foods of all kinds, please. Alright, this is going to be exclusively for headgear, armor, and it's going to be preferred priority. And that should give a little direction to grouping things up, because there shouldn't be food up here anyways. That should all be down here. So I might just turn apparel off. Turn buildings off. Have this be the preferred location for food. Medicine and drugs. Warts, sure. Neutromine, sure. Yeah, let's do that. They can start moving stuff around. Colonist needs treatment. Asthma. Tattered apparel. Childish thin. Why? You wearing a duster you don't like? Take that off. Major break risk. Mary skipper because night owl in daytime. Then go to bed. When are we gonna convert you? Oh, conversions. We converted Wraith into the higher power already. There's only 2 people left. Joe, Caleb, Mary Skipper. I could just convert the new... Let's actually see how this goes. 89 to 76. It's going pretty quick. I'm gonna start trying to convert Mary Skipper. You need to join the higher power, Mary Skipper. There was a 18% certainty drop. I'll take it. Get you off of reform masculinism so you stop -9 diverse thought and you actually start appreciating our fungus. We're also making some art. In fact, there's 3 sculptures. Nightbots, Childish Thins, and Joe Caleb, all doing different ones. While we research electricity, hoard some insect bodies in the hallway. Don't trip on their scyther blades. You might cut your ankle. And we've got 70% of this, like, top wall done already. Making some big improvements. What's up, J-Baby? Thanks for the 5 months of sub. And also, at the exact same time, I looked over there. Red Zed is back. Tell all those pawns to watch out for malaria. Also, subbing to Etalyx is worth it. For Pump It, him being a great streamer is a bonus. Thanks for the kind words, Red Zed. I'm sorry you died in the last run. J-Baby, also thanks for 5 months. Howdy both. I sort of miss being able to remove scyther arms to use as swords. I remember the olden days when you could take a charge rifle. I mean, the lancer, the gun. What's it called? Charge lancer? Charge lance? You used to be able to take those off of the lancers and use them as weapons. Same thing for the scyther swords long ago. All right, well, we're doing good keeping up the sandstone supply. We should also be seeing our first immature dryad on Discar on the tree. Let's see what Nightbot's up to. The problem with Nightbot is on growing #1, plant cutting #2. Marriage is on! Okay. Oh no. Cap'n told Etal that he wants to spend his life with her. Etal agreed and the two are now engaged. At some point in the coming days or quadrums, they will have their marriage ceremony and invite all the colonists. They will choose their marriage spot or they will choose it themselves. Doesn't Etal have 2 lovers? Yes, lover Wraithen. I'm not the only one. Y2B Shears and Ashley are lovers? And there's Wraithen. Okay, maybe it's just... Apparently there's like a love quadrangle. The game knows, chat. The game knows. Congrats to the happy couple. Dude, this is so weird. Having a surplus of wood. I could actually make some furniture if I wanted. What is the #1 thing I wanted to make out of wood? I don't remember. Wild boar sitting. The spirit chief of the Kamboa tribe makes a request. He wants you to take care of 2 wild boars at Fort Winty for 16 days. They are sick with blood rot and will require daily treatment. The disease can be slowed with high-quality care and medicine, but cannot be cured outright. For unknown reasons, the wild boars have been targeted by an orbiting mechanoid swarm. A mech cluster of 2 times the normal size will deploy nearby. 2 warriors will be placed under your control. You have to feed and house them, but they may die without consequence in battle. Interesting. A Psylink Neuroformer is pretty cool, but that is a scam, because those warriors are going to be tribes people who can't even fight, probably. Would be my guess. Also, I'm going to start shutting doors, because I think we're getting a little too cocky with the potential advent of the pending infestation that still hasn't happened. Randy must be counting the hours, because I can't believe it hasn't happened yet. Dude, what? Didn't we just get wood? We got 268 just sitting out here and 223 in the stockpile. I could make another fueled stove if I wanted to. That's what I've been wanting to do. Also, I can refuel the coolers. Yeah. And I can probably refuel the torch lamps now. That's a good idea. That's what I wanted to do. But I do want to make another stove. My butt is picking out on food. The last straw was ravenously hungry. Well, it's not my fault that you didn't eat. You came out here, started tending the tree, and then freaked out. Alright, how is Gil coming along? You've been tended, and you're still being spoken to. We're down to 1.5 resistance on Hokuja, who is a great doctor and planter meleeer. We got possibly too many colonists soon, but we still do have beds that are available. Why don't we start uninstalling the bedrolls and rebuilding wooden beds? The problem with wooden beds is it gives all of our pyromaniacs a target to burn. And not only does it give them a target to burn, it's a lot easier to destroy when they go on tantrums. Because when they go on tantrums, they'll just target random stuff in the room, and if there's only a bed, they tend to break the bed. And so it just is like a consistent cycle of build and destroy, build and destroy. Dude, Mary Skipper's getting real good at building. I think he went from like a 5 or 6 to a 10 now. But we have we have at least 2 or 3 pyros. And some that are like we have 4 colonists incapable of fighting fires. And we've already had some superheated oven situations in here. We actually could use some carrier, like, I do think that the bark skin is good, but the carriers would actually be super useful, too. We could just do another Garanlin. Nothing's stopping me once we get this other, planter. I'm really hopeful for this colony. I am. I think we're making some necessary improvements. This buys us a lot of time, even if they break through. That's fine. It buys us time, and forces them to go through a different way. Because they can still get through this door or this door. So I want to create at least like a small buffer area. Probably keep this a steel door, though. I imagine they'll probably roof this, but yeah, I just want like a buffer zone so we can... I could put some shelves out here, actually. That's not a bad idea. We'll think about it. And then I want... same thing over on this side. That way we don't have to like wall this whole thing in. We just have like an extra layer of protection. Mary Skipper Pyro, final straw. Etal tried to convert me, and I will now binge on Psychite with my Psychite addiction and ruin my kidneys. Sounds about right. I actually might need to arrest you. Ooh, got a good quality wooden bed. For your own protection, Mary Skipper. I mean, you still get the Psych IT bonus, and I know you were imprisoned, and I know I tried to convert you, but you have to understand that you can't just delete your kidneys with infinite Psychite to feed your addiction. One of the moons of this planet orbited in front of the sun. An eclipse has begun. I went from hating this colony last stream to seeing its potential now before my eyes. And it's because we have so many colonists, and they're all decently happy. And on top of being decently happy, they also have, they each have at least one good pair of clothes. There's very few, like, bad things going on, except for the occasional snap. Etal is now snapping, picking out on food. The final straw was failed to convert Mary Skipper. Wow. I guess that knife cuts both ways. I tried to convert someone and it didn't work out. Awkward. They must have had a really strange conversation. It's the only thing I can come up with. Must have been very bizarre. Guild has gone berserk, night owl and daytime. Bro, you're inside of a dark cell and you can't even see anything. What do you mean? Night owl and daytime. Just go, you have a bed. It's actually not, it's not a good quality bed at all. That is true. It's not a good quality bed at all. We'll fix that. This is the
sub-sound.
Speaking of, I'm going to build you a wooden bed ASAP. All right, I need to get some people here to fight. No, a child is just too important. Rathan, you get over here. And Ashley, you get over here. Like, I don't love the colony until we actually get, proper, you know, proper bedrooms and organization. Once we start on the actual mega base, that's when it's gonna get real. But until then, we just have to keep biding our time, doing what we're doing, researching around the clock. I don't have enough colonists that are good at research to double up on electricity research, and I'm fine with the current pace of things. We got a light for you, and you're slowly training. We're getting some production rooms going. Things are slowly advancing. We might be getting a little too many people for how much food we can adequately make, though. I think I'm just gonna, like... Ooh, I like the totem floor. We'll do another fungal gravel here. Can't do fungal gravel there. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're making enough fungus for all these colonists, but then it's difficult to do because we've used all this space. Could just dig this out more. See what's back there. You can only grow fungal gravel in the dark mountain overhead roof, by the way. Who are we waiting on? Okay, Y2B, you come here. Rathan, you go here. Open the door. Don't shoot! I thought I held the door open. You can come through now. You can come through. And, alright, that was easy enough. Good old coffee. Anyway, I'm just going to take this opportunity to enjoy the quiet before Randy ruins it for me. because it's going to happen. It just will. And I know it will. So I'm just taking this time, this piece of relative progress and productivity, and I'm just gonna appreciate it. I'm not resting on my laurels. I'm not just chilling. I'm building stuff. Let's make some more helmets. Let's make some more helmets for the colonists. We can't make any I don't think we can make. How do we make armor? You have to have smithing and complex clothing. Which we do have. I could get some plate armor and just skip electricity for now. I think that's actually viable because it's just so much faster. Electricity's taken ages, and I could actually use the plate armor immediately. So let's do plate armor real quick. I forgot where that was. There are some good things about this research panel, but there are some bad things about it too. Because for some reason I thought I needed something else, like electricity. But it's in a different tier. I can see now because it's yellow, not green. Mr. Sharps is depressive and will therefore binge on psychites. What if I just let you have one psychite and then arrested you? For 2 reasons we have to arrest you. Alright, you can actually... He's too fast. He's too fast. Let him eat. Let him sit and think, and... Nope, don't select the... That's not the button I meant to click. There you go. Because I have to protect the stash. We only have so much psychite tea, and there's too many addicts to allow everyone to binge more than their fair share, shall we say. Because it's better to arrest one colonist and piss them off than delete the entire stash of psychite and piss everyone off. Speaking of, we are running out. But we have some 92% leaves. We've got some 82 behind that. We got some 56 behind that. So we got 79, 82, 92. So they're coming. They're coming. I think we'll be fine. We got only 17 teas left though. Mary Skipper is wandering around in a psychotic state due to diverse thoughts. Not a big fan of the bigotry. Hey, we made a small sculpture. We have art. A shape with Wraithen is what it is called. I'll install that in the common room. Wraithen, would you like to do the honors? Since it is apparently named after you? On this sculpture is an artwork of Wraithen sitting next to Grey Camel's grave with a sad expression. A spectral image of Camel looks over the scene with a scarce expression. The work represents hope. This representation tells the story of Wraithen burying Camel. I don't know who Camel is. Someone we murdered, I guess. What's up, one classy Doge? Finally back catching up on VOD 3 weeks with no yo. That's not even true. We had it last stream. We had it like 3 times on one of the recent streams, so I don't know which VODs you were watching. Clearly you missed one. Or 2. was VOD though, not live. Oh. Same thing, they're all bots anyway. Prisoner Hakuja's resistance has been broken by Etal. Recruitment attempts will now begin. It's good to hear. High life missing. Mr. Sharps, you go drink the tea before you snap. How many good things do I have to give you? Look at this. Low expectations. You got the Psychite drugs. You're quite comfy. Your spacious interior. Your recreation is satisfying. Your underground is an undergrounder. We got the right path of consciousness you were walking. We've given you the fungus. We gave you the flop pad. Can you guys forget about this shuttle? Look at all this stuff! Okay, we gotta haul all this. All the wood. Etal, all the meds. Ashley, all the other meds. And we're gonna have Joe Caleb come out and haul some wood too. There's too much stuff out here. Here they come. All right, I mean, that's slightly better. That is slightly better. Okay, I feel better about that. Now we're sitting on a little stockpile of, where's the wood? Oh, they're refueling things now. Getting lights on. I think they're just spending the wood as fast as they can haul it in, which is a little scary. Oh! Another new colonist that Randy will take from us when we least expect it. Wraithen asked Hakuja to join. They have accepted and joined Wraithen's community. The first new colonist of the day. And they're already a believer. High life missing, uncovered groin, 8 non-fungus. We do have a little fungus. We're about to get another Nutrifungus haul. Alright, well, step 1, just drink some Psychite. Step 2... higher power clothing restrictions. High life drugs. Normal quality medicine. And... we need to roll for it, don't we? We do, yeah. Alright, we gave you guys a break from being named after chat. Now we're gonna go back to being named after chat. As long as you're good. I will rename you. If I have to. So, what you will say is, you have to agree to the terms and conditions with nodders in chat. That constitutes, your willingness to abide by the rules and regulations set forth in the terms and conditions in the fine print. We got pants, shirt, and flop hats. You got drugs, your mood's improving. You're good to go. Let's get that work schedule doing it. Firefight, absolutely. Patient for life-threatening issues, absolutely. New doctor, fantastic. 11 medical skill, actually best doctor in the colony. Good at handling animals, we won't write that off. Crops, yes. That's it. Crops, yes. That's all. You don't do anything else. We might have to bind you to a tree just because you're gonna run out of things to do soon. All right, you ready? Here we go. Mikus has been chosen. Now let me see those channel points. Show me the money. Not me. It's never me. Brimo, it's never the majority of people, because only one person gets chosen. Mikus, Rusty, and Robot Kitty are giving up their channel points. Paid. Welcome, Mikus, who will give you your backstory now. This is the killer.
Mikus was a bloodlusting child. Villagers thought her the product of a snake demon and human coupling.
So snake demon and human coupling. Okay.
After watching how her human father betrayed and murdered her mother, she longed to see how many more humans she could get to fall into her hands.
Are you a snake murderer? Melee +4, wait, why do you get medical +2? In adulthood, became a healer. Took time to admire the beauty of the world. Her passive aggressiveness surfaced once in a while, but she tried to adapt to her changing life. Wait. How? Wait. Okay, so you're telling me, as a child, I am the spawn of a snake demon and human mother. But in adulthood, my only problem is I'm a little passive-aggressive with the tribe's people. I'm tired of eating rabbit soup, guys. Could we spice it up a little bit? It was a phase. Incapable of dumb labor, social, and mining. Has a bloodlust. Gets a rush from hurting people and never minds the sight of blood or death. She is 4 times as likely to start a social fight as others. Incredible medical skill. And incredible melee and plant skill. So we will also tell Mikus to grab 3 meds and carry Heal Root around permanently now that has been patched. Colony's getting too big. Uh-oh. It's time for Randy to kill us. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're almost to the unlucky 12. Once we hit 12 colonists is when everything always goes wrong in these playthroughs. Because I get so excited about having so many people to do stuff. And then Randy strikes. Mikus, you're so good at melee. I trust you implicitly. Go get... I thought there was a Gladius around here. Maybe we hauled it? I thought there was a Plasteel Gladius around here. It was on the ground. It was like here. I just see a regular Gladius, which is still good. Where are the other swords? Okay, what if I zoom out and then select 3? Oh, here we go. Oh, there is one. There is a Plasteel Gladius. Sweet. All right, Y2B, can you promise me you're not going to murder anybody with this? Because that's for you. And then Etal actually has a 5 in melee, but probably shouldn't get in that much of harm's way, but I'll still give you the other Gladius. We should make some more. Like 2 more. Each Gladius is 50 ingredients. We could just make another plant. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Let's make another plasteel one. Oh, we do have it. Oh, that's probably what happened. I probably accidentally crafted it with plasteel, but that's not a bad thing. Because I want to be ready, because Randy is always plotting. And I need to be ready to fight, even if we don't have any good armor. Well, I love that Joe Caleb is on, like, semi-permanent cleaning duties. Even if the colony is ugly on the inside, at least it's clean. A little bonus. See, that's only 123 wood. All that work, I'm gonna allow them to keep planting these because we just need some supplemental resources, but it's just so much better to do this than plant the saguaros. 8 without table! Psychotic Wander. Classic. Very classic. One of the most RimWorld things that can possibly happen. I need to get them an extra chair here. We got the 2 tables. I don't know if 2 tables is even enough. This table's just in here looking pretty. We could probably just reinstall this. Realistically... Oh, we got a sculpture! It's a big one. We could sell this. This is just a normal size sculpture too. I'll keep them for now. We'll keep them. Let's see what this one is. This work shows... Why is it Wraithen again? Author Joe Caleb. It's a different author, same subject. This work shows Wraithen being incapacitated... Oh, there it is. By Joe Caleb with a human out of bleak necessity. A group of emus look on. At the edge of the image are thousands of squares. This representation refers to Joe Caleb disabling Wraithen with a human on the 13th of December 5503. Did you feed them a human and then they passed out? Did you beat them with someone else's arm? Or are you referring to yourself? Like you're the human and you beat them up. Aristocrats under threat. We're gonna pass on that. Thank you. Danger pods. We're gonna pass on this. A centipede, 2 lancers, a pikeman, a scyther, a toxic spewer, 2 auto inferno turrets, a mini slugger turret, 2 auto charge turrets. We're just barely breaking even right now. We only have just enough meals. We only have just enough drugs. We only have just enough everything. The only thing we have a surplus of right now actually is heal root. Speaking of, when are you? 14 hours until that dryad comes out. And we got our first tank dryad. Excellent. Spawns the next 4.6 days. Another immature dryad comes out in 7.6 days. So let's bump this connection desired level up.
Oh no, a solar flare! All of my electric items are no longer going to work.
Good thing I am a tribe. Okay, hold on. Let's do a little bit of this. And then let's do a little bit of this. Get out of that bed. There, you got a good quality wooden bed now, Gil. That should make you happy. We're doing great on the clothing orders. Not happy about this major break risk. Depressive, serious pain, was imprisoned.
Unsightly. Still the shuttle. 8 without table. 8 non-fungus plant. Diverse thoughts. I can't help you, Mr. Sharps. You're just gonna have to figure it out on your own. Hey, okay, so we got a checkpoint here. We could probably, like, leave this door open. And we're starting on the last piece of our first bit of pretty much just protecting the Garanlans and the Dryads. Like, this isn't intended to be a permanent defense. Okay, I assume we're getting raided any second now. Mr. Sharps is binging on Psychites. I have seen this one before. Can you explain Dryads, please? No, I already did. I did like a full 10-minute breakdown of them, okay? Trees make cool guys who produce cool stuff with your pawns, tending them. Look it up on the wiki. This is a one-time explanation only. Cox, explain why they are so cute.
Because they look like this.
Who's the other builder? Oh yeah, it's Gil. Gil is nearly a convert. In fact, you might be witnessing that conversion right now. Indeed. Our prisoner from the drop pod, Gil, has been turned away from full manporkism and towards the higher power. Gil was convinced and changed ideologian. And now we can start breaking that 17 resistance. Additionally, we can try to double up on Mary Skipper as soon as Mary Skipper wakes up. They were very upset last time we tried to convert them, but we're trying to get everybody in the colony on the same thing, then bigotry won't be a problem anymore. Joe Caleb's going to be the hardest one to convert over. They're at full. We could do a conversion ritual. No, we can't. It's too recent. Why eat people when you can do drugs? Exactly. I see you, iguanas. I see you. Ooh, cotton. Cloth. Actually great, because we need to make more clothes. The other things that take cloth besides. This is crazy. Don't we have new? Do we have a new one? Where is it? There it is, Medicine Maker Dryad. All right, Medicine Maker Dryad. Are we happy? No, let's go even higher, because we can sell Heal Root if we want. Let's go even higher. We're gonna take this tend all the way up to maximum. Or not, prune, I mean. All right, I'm just gonna roll. I'm just gonna call someone out of lurk. You have been summoned. DBO. From the depths of lurk. DB Omega Lol D. Debod. Debod. Potatoes have rotted in storage. Really? I know they're not refrigerated, but raw potatoes take ages to spoil. It's both good and bad. I guess we're about to get another harvest anyways. Anyways, Debod, if you are here, just type anything in the chat. I'm summoning you from lurk. You do not have to do any channel points. You just have to prove that you exist.
Dude, the 32 wood with 4 wood producers. I am loving these dryads. Hi, I am D-Bod. I am DBOD. The truest of lurkers, possibly, yeah. Entirely likely. Ooh, I hear guns. Good job hunting, Joe Caleb. All right, did we actually make, so who's crafting these? Is this a uranium gladius? All right, perhaps we should forbid uranium. Uranium mace, I think, is still the strongest mace in the game, though, weirdly enough. What else is uranium the best at? Wraithen tried to convert Joe Caleb. Ooh, they resent it, but hey, starting to make some chip progress. All right, yeah. Where's Mary Skipper? Etal, come out here and try to convert Mary Skipper. %. Mary Skipper is also upset at this attempt. But hey, we're whittling you down from reformed masculinism, arguably the worst ideology in our campaign. All right, I'm gonna roll it again. Let's find another lurker. Daring Shepherd. Are you out there somewhere, Daring Shepherd? You can be our medicine dryad who may or may not just disappear and vanish. I exist. Daring Shepherd exists. Enjoy being in our little group of dryads. With Thornathus and Badgerconda in the medicine dryad category. Woodmaker dryads, we have Anime Big Boy, Mangy Coyote, Rock Lobster, and Mad Dog Mac. And we have a as of yet unborn Barkskin dryad, which I am particularly excited about having some combatants. I'd love to make some dusters, but we just don't have enough material. Dusters are the next big thing. Helps with heat, helps with protection. Cloth is especially hard to come by right now. Dude, that would be actually kind of cool. Oh, no, that's what regular animals are for. I was gonna be like, yo, it'd be super cool if dryads had like a leather-producing one. It still would be, because animals are kind of difficult to take care of in this environment. But, yeah, they would kind of tread on the ground that farm animals producing wool and stuff already kind of cover. What's the difference between converting and recruiting? Conversion refers to their ideology. Recruiting refers to their willingness to join the colony. So right now, we're recruiting them. And their resistance, when it lowers, they will be hopefully asked to join the colony. Devil Strand Dryad would be pretty sick. That would be pretty sick. All right, Nightbot, I think we'll have a Gladius for you soon. I don't think there's any other weapons that I can give the colonists. They already have the best available weapons, which for us right now are simply machine pistols. Machine pistols are the best we got. Also, I feel like the dryads are significantly safer now because we have a rudimentary single-layer wall all the way around the top and sides. So nobody can just come back here and murder all the dryads without at least giving us a small amount of time to prepare. Which is fantastic. Keep the graveyards rolling for now. And we're smoothing the inside of the base, which is kind of a big deal. We also need to pave the inside of the base, but we need both those things. And it's taken ages to do either. Once we can recruit Gil, we'll have a second builder. And that'll go much faster. But until then, I think we just chill, keep hauling, keep cooking. Hopefully keep... Oh, I think I suspended the... Uh-oh, I suspended the Psykite. Yikes. We're gonna have some addiction issues soon. I'm also tempted to delete this door between the butcher table. Because if I do that, then I can put another fuel stove on
sponsored by viewers like
the other side. And they can just walk around. Which will take wood in order to maintain the fuel, but I think hopefully we have that under control now. More heel root pooping out. Who goes there? Fira gifting another 10 community subs to viewers like you. Fira dropping $50 gift sub dump. Red Walrus welcome. Mellowmute. Josh Gabilove, Prismatic Flux, Mad Zone, Crazy 6, Kesbardo, Huzzy, and Bev Mech. Welcome. And howdy, Fira. Thanks for jumping into the stream. With a splash. With a bit of a splash. Gil is fully healed and your door is still being held open. Oops. And also, thanks for hanging out tonight, everybody. Hope you guys are having a nice and peaceful RimWorld night so far. Nah, it's only been we've only been playing for an hour. It's I would love nothing more than to have a full RimWorld stream where Randy just says, actually no, that's scarier. The longer that Randy is quiet, the more of a splash he is going to make. So it's actually probably better for like meta purposes if there's just a consistent trickle of small but manageable bad things that happen. The longer you have peaceful, the bigger they are, the harder they fall becomes true. But that being said, I am enjoying this time to kind of like stabilize moods, use the resources that we have, accumulate some food stockpile, some medicine stockpile, get some dryads coming out. Oh, we do need to secure this, I guess. Or we could just delete this door. I don't know if they need this door. Because they can just go down here. Or they can go right, or they can go up. I'd rather just close it down and have one less weakness. Start tightening up this ship. How many times in a row can Mr. Sharps? I'm glad we don't depend wholly on you anymore for doctoring. We still do depend on you for cooking. We only have 2 cooks in the colony, and you're one of them. Which is a little spooky. Oh, what's up? Got another stove. I also wish we could keep making, The problem is, Mary Skipper being the primary builder and also not converted is building stuff outside of our style. So that's why we have 2 different looking stools. But now we get to do this. We can paste 1 to the clipboard, and we can have 1 stove for Psykite and 1 stove for meals. That way we can have both. hopefully going simultaneously with 2 cooks. Speeding up productivity a lot, actually. And for true efficiency, we probably copy these to the clipboard. Probably just move this down, unsuspend it. And then just have these, like, opposing sides. That way they are redundant. We're gonna get our 4th and final Medicine Maker Immature Dryad in 7 hours. Then they'll go into the cocoon for like 5 days now. So the cocoon time has been shortened, which is lovely. Nightbot's having a tantrum due to psychite withdrawal. Okay, yeah, I know. Listen, I know. We're working on it. What did you just break? Nightbot, did you just break a vent? We're making for you. Okay, the addicts are about to have their fix. Actually, there's tea right there. We already made some. Now there's 14. Why are you having withdrawals? Just go drink some. I want to get some lights in here for these people. And I'd love to get, if we had enough wood, we still, here's the funny thing, as much wood as it looks like we're producing, we still don't even have a stockpile of it. We're using it as fast as we produce it, I guess. And haulers are a clear weakness in the colony, too. Even with this many people. Chat, how's your RimWorld been going, huh? I know there's still some people out there. Okay, here's a question. Has anybody been playing the new Fluid game mode where you can start from scratch? I'm curious what your thoughts are on it. They've been, like, patching it, working on that, like, big time for the last almost 2 weeks now. Trying to balance it and stuff. Six of my pawns died in a badly managed mech battle. I wouldn't know anything about that. Never had a poorly mismanaged mech battle before backfire and blow up my entire colony. Haven't tried it yet, too busy with techno-tunnelers that worship the devil. Sheep. Devil sheep? Okay, so it seems like the consensus is chat is too engrossed in their current RimWorld colonies to start a new colony to test it out yet. That's the vibe I'm getting. No, not cleaning the blood of the iguana. Let's haul some of these goodies in. Dude, there's just too much to haul, dude. And they're too spaced out, so they only pick up like 1 stack of 4 at a time instead of grabbing the other ones nearby. Unfortunately. Oh, there's no configured space to accept it. I'll allow wood to go up there. They're supposed to be allowing... Let's just allow all apparel up here. That should free up some space. But we just need perma-haulers. And we have so many doors that travel time's really slow through the colony, and there's no lights in the hallways. I just got the game 2 weeks ago. My best run was ruined by one guy with a grenade launcher. That also happens. More often than you would like. Are carrier dryads any good? They're very good, yeah. I just need the other dryads more. Carrier dryads are fantastic because when you think about it, you can have one person in your colony spend their entire day pruning a tree so that you can have 4 dryads hauling stuff. So you can trade one person hauling for basically 4 characters hauling. So it's just a 400% increase in time efficiency. So they're fantastic, actually. How about this? Administer Psychite tea. There are no medical beds available. That's okay. One patient is awaiting operation.
This is the sub sound.
Are you now? Are you awaiting operation? What was that? What are you guys doing? We have administered the drugs. Drinking that tea made me feel great. I love having all this energy. Good. What are you going to do with all that energy in your 3x3 sandstone room? Let me know.
This is the sub sound.
Premium. Favorite dryad so far? I'm quite partial to the medicine maker dryad because I think people underestimate it, and I think having 16 heal root come out every 2 days is much better than people give it credit for. Because heal root is notoriously slow to plant, also is only plantable by people with a level 8 skill, so usually you're not going to have that many people who can grow it in a colony of this age. And on top of that, it's fantastic because heal root does not grow well at all in these biomes, with its 70% only fertility. So you are actually, not only you're saving time from waiting for them to grow, you are saving time for your planters to focus on other faster growing plants. And you don't have to spend time harvesting, you just go pick it up. We've gone from 0 to 125 heal roots just by doing that, and we got another 13 just sitting out here waiting to be hauled. So I would say that's probably my favorite just because the utility of it is so good. And it's also producing a product that we can sell if we go over usable amounts. So you can get money from them too. Heal root is tradable with most traders. The Claw Dryads betrayed us in that one centipede fight. They did, yes. Claw Dryads are really strong, but you gotta know how to handle the finicky aspect. Where they'll just attack stuff that they're standing next to. Exochrome Counselor Boris Whitehead of Hinosha. That's a very unfortunate name. Needs extra hands to help set up a settlement. He wants 2 colonists to be lended to him for 10 days. That's good if we didn't want to feed colonists or if we were having any kind of shortage of resources, but I don't think other than that we really need to do that. And you know, all those beg requests. That's true, they do beg for heal root often. So having a big stockpile to give them is free points for us. Sirius Jones says, thanks for the content. What's up, Sirius Jones? Thanks for the 4 months up. Howdy. And Syntax Squid, I will not insert a funny message here because as a memer who will do art for my channel, I cannot give you a freebie when you try so hard to meme the rest of the time, unfortunately. But thanks for the tier 2 sub.
But yes, this is 3 separate Garanland trees. I just put them close to each other because we're not going to be able to really build on the sand anyways or grow on the sand. So I figured why not have a little Garanland field here. And I'm planning on having 5 probably total, like 1 here and 1 here, and then we'll just have those 5 Garanland be tended around the clock. A shuttle of the Fallen Empire has taken damage and is seeking a place to land. Its commander, Terrasios, wants to land here. Tribespeople from the White Elk Brio will attack the crashed shuttle in an attempt to kill the occupants. You must defend them. The shuttle contains Terrasios and 2 Janissaries. The commander must be rescued, but the Janissaries may be sacrificed. After 8 hours, a rescue shuttle will come to pick up the survivors. You need to get them all on board. 3, I actually would do this for the honor. Do this for the honor. You could take a captive. We should probably accept it now, which means we should probably get people with their proper resources. There should be a new Gladius in a stockpile. Yep, there it is. It's plasteel, actually. Maybe a little too strong for Nightbot. Mary Skipper, I'll give that to you. I'm a little concerned with how many melee we have, but I have to trust them. And we'll get a spear. Spears are pretty good. Spear for you. Then we'll do Etal with the flak vest. Y2B with the excellent flak vest. Y2B with the helmet. Mr. Sharps with the flak vest. Wait, no. Not you. Nightbot with the flak vest. Where did we even get these flak vests from? I don't even remember. This is not a good flak vest, but we'll do it anyways. Good quality helmet down here. Excellent quality helmet for you. I forget who I've queued up to do what at this point, actually. Okay, that should work. Most people will have the necessary armor. I think I could give Etal a helmet too for safety purposes, and then we're probably good to accept this right now. Let's go, baby! Honor! I think I'm gonna accept for Etal. 7 social's not perfect. Speaking of social, dude, we never got anybody? Okay, Wraithen. Wraithen. Now that you've joined the higher power, we could make Wraithen the, TripAdvisor because of the 10 social skill, because they have to talk all the time. And then we could actually have a leader. Kairatobi, please. I don't know if this is a joke or not. I don't know if you're doing the meme or if you're being serious. Because that's like... Because I see that comment all the time on the streams. And I see you on the streams. And I don't know how you... Yeah, somebody asked that every single stream. And I just can't believe... Listen, I'm not trying to publicly shame you, but that's kind of... I mean, you're a mod, so I just assume you know everything, that's all. The Beeble rides again. Whoops, wrong stream. Close enough. You ordered your colonists in a particular way? Yes, I put the ideological leaders on the left. I put the heathens who are not of our ideology on the right, so I know how many people are in our ideology and how many are not, who need to be converted. And typically after that, newest colonists will go on the right, so I can kind of remember who's been around the longest. So it gets a little messy, but generally works. But yeah, we could do Dope Pope. We don't have an authority cap is my only concern. But combat command would be pretty sick right now. I'm actually curious how this is gonna happen. Because if I just transition Etal to the leader, we do not have I don't even know how to make an authority cap. I think I have to research it. It's complex, maybe it's just complex clothing. Hey, there you are. Probably just make it out of whatever, as long as it's not hyperweave or synthread. Okay, we'll make you one. So yeah, I'm curious how this is gonna work with the debuff. You're about to assign the Dope Pope role to Etal. Etal currently holds the role of Trip Advisor. Etal will gain the following ability: Leader Speech, Work Drive, Combat Command, and Trial. Yes, no one else is good at social in the colony. So converting Wraithen was the big deal because of the 10 double fireball social is fantastic. Yeah. And you're gonna be the one doing all this, most of the speaking roles, except for like a leader speech. All right, Dope Pope it is. So, see, this is what I was worried about. This is exactly what I was worried about. You got promoted! But you're gonna have a -15 for losing my role as the Trip Advisor for 10 days. And you get no bonus for becoming the Dope Pope. Explain. I knew that was gonna happen. I could just feel it. Okay, let's see. Well, Wraithen is going to become... That's going to be tough to deal with right now. Trip Advisor, yes. Needs a cape and a slice cap. The long con is paid off, chat. Etal's the Dope Pope. There you go. You'll be my moral guide, Wraith. So... You don't... Etal doesn't need the cape anymore, but of course he's gonna keep it. Because why wouldn't he? We'll make another one for Wraithen. Now... We need to accept that quest. For honor. And of course I'm gonna accept it with Etal. No, I might accept it with Wraithen because of the social skills. But no, I'm gonna accept it with Etal first. I'm the main character. I'm the main character. Me. A shuttle has crashed nearby. You guys are fairly close. We're gonna wait about 4 in-game hours and then head over there. I think it takes like 8 hours for the raid to come. That dude's got a charge lance and a heavy SMG. I still can't believe the writers put a self-insert in this season. Ooh, another Gladius is complete. Nightbot, would you like to wield it? Alright, we already have the authority cap. Oh wait, no, you can't wear that. You have to keep, you gotta keep the regular clothes on. Alright, when do we head down there? They dropped it like 10? We'll come in like 2? Because a lot of our colonists don't have legs? Uh-oh. Etal's pissed! I can't believe I got fired. I lost my trip advisor. I need my clothes back. I want my slice cap. Actually, no, you want the authority cap, so you're pissed about that too. Stop whining. 4 minor break risks. That's good gambling. All right, do we go now, or is everyone gonna mental snap on the way there? Let's start. I
think I'll go now. That was faster than expected. Tribe people have arrived. They will attack the... Okay, I may have screwed us. Maybe screwed us on this. Oh, God. That was a sick first shot. Wow, that was fast. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God! Wow! Toxo's brain was obliterated by Gap's shotgun blast. Get another one! Captain's shotgun blast wounded Otter's left tibia and leg, killing them with, I guess, Terracio's got the first hit, poking him in the leg viciously. What a god! Get the Mary Skipper, get in here! Do it again! Alright, Etal's dead in 14 hours. Their leg has almost been shorn off. They're still fighting up here somehow. Alright, Etal, make a tactical retreat. Mr. Sharps is going to come in and tend to you while we move up Cap'n and Mary Skipper. Wah! The Pila throw from downtown with a 5 shooting. Straight through the arm, dead in mere hours. We're sending Mary Skipper in. We're getting the gang together as fast as we can. All right, we've intercepted. We're gonna move up. Uh-oh, the other royal's dead. Let's help with those in front first. Sick. The people are fleeing from the White Elk. Okay, we barely got here in time, but I think we did well. Now, we could capture some people, but let me, of course, prioritize tending the royal. So Mikas is going to come in and not tend the royal because they're tending themselves, presumably. Ooh, we got one. Ooh, yeah, we got one. Yes, I see that he is tending to himself without medicine, and I cannot override it. That was close. Good action here. We got to see the bio-coated Zeus hammer impact. I actually haven't seen that get shot before. Mary Skipper's got 1 stab and is doing okay. Let's have Mikas tend to you. And 5 hours. Look at those machine pistol shots. Has this been updated? Did the Heatus mod get updated? I don't remember seeing the bleeds collected like this. This looks really clean. This is really readable. Okay, and then Childish can go actually field tend the prisoner. Who? Oh, medical social combat lord. Fast learner and too smart. Global learning factor up 75%. Global learning factor up 75%. What a super genius. I wish they had a fireball and intellectual. That's literally the only thing that could be better. But we could turn them into a social person of interest in the hierarchy. I wish they had any other fireball, but this is like having a fireball on everything. Right? Because, okay, no, the learning rate is 35%. The downside is their mood's gonna suck. So it's 150% of 35%. So it's like 70... Their global learning rate for everything
is like 77%, I think. Base value for double fireball's 100, final value 250%. So they're 250% for double fireball, and they're like 77% or something here. Whew, that's crazy. Hello, Just Peachy. We were talking about you earlier. I was wondering why. I couldn't figure out why your mod was gone, and then I realized the other one got updated. So we got that one back. But thanks for fixing the camera mod in the interim. I'm glad they didn't take my leg. Also, I'm loving field tending raiders. Absolutely loving it. Game changer, for real. Alright, they're still bleeding. I think just capture them, and we could probably finish the tend inside. Is this dude gonna be fine? Self-tending with no medicine. There's nothing I can really do. It's very slow. They decided not to do the final tend. I might just send someone out. I can't tend. That scared me. Good sound effect, though. Terrasios the Warmonger's shuttle has arrived. They have to finish their self-tend before jumping in, I guess. And we did save them, only barely, but we did save them, and that's what counts. That's all that matters. Nobody else in the colony is bleeding. Etal's, of course, pissed. We're gonna go get that authority cap as soon as you're done eating. And we're gonna check tattered apparel. Actually, I'm just gonna go clear forced on everybody. We might need to make a new... Oh, I never gave Mikas a work schedule. Classic. Do that all the time. I might need to make a new outfit. Or did Past Me already do this? Past Me did it, but didn't actually do it. Authority cap, yes. Armor, sure. I don't see any harm in just having the leader have a flak vest all the time. Or flak jacket, or flak pants if we got them. Since you are a sword wielder, I think a shield belt or a smoke pop makes sense on you, being the leader and all. Cape makes sense. Button-down duster, jacket, pants, robe if you want, I guess. Okay, so you are now the Dope Pope, and Wraithen is now the Trip Advisor. So we got a little change to how our order of operations goes. Is this outside or something? Or is there psychoid leaves just going bad up here? Look at that authority cap! That does not look like what I thought it was gonna look like, but I gotta admit, with the cape, it does look pretty badass. I feel like M. Bison with like a white clothing skin. The colony still stands. Amazing. It does, yes. It does indeed. Okay. Probably want to give them flop hats back. This is a good song. Yeah! They're gone! Terracio's commander who asked to land his shuttle has escaped! We barely saved them. That was so clutch. Those shotgun blasts, MVP for sure capping. And also the Zeus hammer guy was just a god, I guess. Also, I'm allergic to rescuing royals from the fallen empire. And I received the title of freeholder, which cannot be inherited. But I have gained status in the world. That one dude tanked. The one dude did tank. I think it was Diogenes up here. Their clothes all disappeared and stuff. But they were up there tanking for a while. This person died immediately. This is my favorite and most memorable RimWorld colony. It's been so insane. I'm just happy going from... I thought the Underfed Witnesses were very iconic, and I really enjoyed my time playing with them. I think this one has a shot at matching that energy for me. I just need to get past this kind of growing pains period, where we've hit critical mass in terms of number of people, which is good to an extent, as long as we can manage them. And the fact that we're converting so many of them is helping, for sure. Speaking of, let's go ahead and start converting you from Reformed Super Mormonism. But we're at that phase now where it's like, people, yes, but the stuff that we need to happen is still... it's kind of slow, but it's getting there. I think getting the basic wall up was a huge step in the right direction. And just getting the quote-unquote temporary base actually self-sustaining and having lights, having smooth stone, having enough fungus growing, all those things are going to give us the breathe. We don't have any breathing room to start on other ventures yet. We should probably, like... I don't trust you. I don't trust either of you. You people with the swords are going nuts. You're not to be trusted. Underf was non-stop suffering. What do you think this has been? We've only been playing for an hour and 45 minutes. We've had an hour and 45 minutes of peace. I would say we had like 60 to 70% peace the last time I streamed, and that's been the only quiet time of the entire colony. Do you not remember have you already forgotten the Fallen and how this colony began, going down to literally 0 colonists? Having not 1, not 2, but 3 men in black rescue us from the cusp of death, having to eat raw lizards, having to send the man in black inside to eat a raw human next to a table, whereupon they were so distraught they passed out on top of the body and started puking and vomiting in their sleep. Have you forgotten all that? You guys think this has been a walk in the park. Maybe you just weren't here for all that. Why'd you break the door? Chat is the real goldfish memory. Alright, I'm sorry, Mary Skipper. I don't trust you with the plasteel sword right now if you don't have catharsis. Is this the same playthrough that has the cryogenic freezers? Yes. Speaking of, there's still at least one person in there. No, there's not. We've actually emptied them. I thought we had one person left, but apparently we've emptied them. When we change your names, that's when I forget who came from cryosleep. The changing of the names throws me off.
The colony is staying afloat, but I don't think it's, like, in a comfortable position yet. We have manpower, and manpower can do a lot of things. But there's still a lot of things that need doing. Yeah, Ashley was the wild person? No, who was the wild person? I forget. They just like joined of their own free will. There were actually a lot of colonists that joined last stream. And we may see that again. We've already had 1 today. We got a potential 2 more. That's the other thing that Underf did not have. Was a ton of prisoners, I feel like. We always did have a decent amount of colonists, though, in Underft. Starvation? Why are you going to eat the pemmican all the way out there? Okay. Synthetic Underground on the 9th of April, May. 15 hours left. Well, it's a little nicer in here than it was before. Eight hours until we get our first Barkskin Dryad. Yo. And we got a new immature Dryad for the medicine makers somewhere. It says we got an immature Dryad, but where is it? Oh, it's under the stack of wood. We're about to have 4 medicine makers. Under felt like it was in a tailspin for 25 hours. I haven't had any time to breathe in this colony since this stream and the last stream. And I got bad news for you all. The Brandy's been too quiet even for me, and I'm expecting a big boom. Because we still haven't had an infestation yet, and Randy's got the highest wealth to date in this colony. Hey, we can now smith suits of plate armor from metal or wood. This heavy armor noticeably slows movement, but protects very effectively. I think that would be lovely. To get at least 2 plate armor going in, they are 170 steel a pop. So if that's the case, well, we do have enough steel to support them. We should probably be actively looking...
This is the sub-sound.
...for some new patches of steel that we haven't fully exhausted yet. Alright, that'll keep us busy for a while. Plate armor is actually legit. It's real good, especially if you're playing turtley. Like, if we had to go out into the fins, not so good. But if they're coming to us, pretty good, because we can meet them at wherever entrance they decide to create in the wall. It's nice because I can get it early, I can get it without electricity. That's the main thing. No electricity required. No components required, just steel, and putting it on takes a long time and walking slowly, unfortunately. All right, we need to haul this stuff in. I know you want to make the plate armor that I just told you to make. Mr. Sharps, come haul some stuff. Once we recruit Gil... Wait, no. Who did we just recruit? Mikas? Mikas, I might just make another Garanlan tree and get some carrier dryads. I mean, you've still got a ton of other plants and things to harvest. And I don't know if 4 Garanlan is too greedy. It probably is, but we just walled them in, so why not be... There we go. I mean, technically, this is not the first raid of the day. We did accept the raid ourselves, but, you know. I'm glad we have some time to patch ourselves up. Tribespeople from the White Elk Rio are approaching from multiple angles, attacking immediately. They're unusually clever with their tactics. That's 8 people from the west. And 7 from the south. Attacking immediately. Joe, Caleb, and Cap'n are a little far out. And there's like no cover here to speak of. I wonder if we don't just try and... head that way. Do you have 2 legs? You do have 2 legs. Okay, Cap'n, you might be safe. Joe Caleb's just got 1 leg. We don't have time to equip armor. So we're just gonna have to go out as we are. Let's get a doctor. We can do combat commands as well. We're gonna just go south first. I'm scared to even wake up, Mary Skipper. Because I have to give you a sword and then you mental snap. How about this? Go drink some Psykite. Then, your Gladius is over there. Just get a spear, then come out. Well, we are responding as fast as we can to this threat that's coming in hot. That's a lot of people, dude. They're gonna have plenty of cover down here. That's what I'm really worried about. They got a lot of cover. All right, we got 4 gun wheel. Oh, they got range on us. They do have range on us. All right, we got to back up. Prisoner Raven has gone berserk. So I'm actually just gonna handle that. Yeah, we gotta make him come to us a little bit here. How do I want to handle this? I don't just want to stand outside. We've also got the raid from the west kind of coming down to meet. I don't just want to stand right dead center in the middle and let them snipe from back in these rocks. Maybe hold this door open. Oh, Barkskin Dryad! What up? Who are you tied to? Who is this tied to? Nightbot, apparently. Nightbot and the Barkskin Dryad. Okay, we're gonna have to name this Barkskin Dryad who may just die. All right, Barkskin Dryad is a fighter, so you're not gonna get this one for no channel points. We got buffed Barkskin Dryad with extra armor for blunt and sharp. I don't think one's gonna do much against this entire squad, though. Who did... I just heard a swing. Oh, it's Mary Skipper fighting Raven. All right, we're just gonna do this quick. I am just gonna pick out of people who have typed in chat in the last 5 minutes. Syntax Squid has been chosen. So we'll say a colonist is 100,000 channel points. Barkskin Dryad's probably sacrificial, so we'll say 25k to be conservative. I think that's reasonable for someone who's probably gonna die gloriously in combat. Why is Barkskin Dryad just at the door? First question. Second question. Okay, that's good. Nightbot, Nightbot, rip that guy. Anybody else want to walk in here? All right, number one, I apologize to Y2B Shears, who is kind of just standing out in the open, waiting for probable death. And just getting sniped kind of for free by these bow people back here. So far you seem fine, but that's not an indication of things to come. Oh, Nightbot got hit. What? Right leg, great bow. Rip. Holy crap, dude. Go, Syntax! Get him! Look at our tank! Hold it, not even supposed to hold the door, but just went into the door and is now tanking while get him, Syntax! Look at that, I just saw you shrug off some blows. All right, it's go time! Mikas, how'd you even get shot with a great bow? We're gonna send Nightbot out here, we're gonna send Y2B out here, we're gonna send Mikas out here, we're gonna send Etal down the line here. Okay, so the Mikas plan didn't work so well. We got one group to retreat. We're going in, triple team there, and we're busting out! Ah, well done, everyone. Well done. Now go chase them. They are in retreats. And I don't think any of them are still alive. Okay, you guys are a bit too slow. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna Mr. Sharps just do a rescue op for Mikas. And then hopefully Tim the Mary Skipper is just standing over the injured, bruised, and battered body of Raven dominantly. That was an Aurora. And I think the rest of these guys are gonna escape. That's fine, we have 2 prisoners already anyways. I'm just happy to be alive. Job well done. I don't remember the shotgun having... I don't know if the shotgun's just getting last hit luck? Or what the actual scenario is. I don't remember. It seems like it's getting a bunch of final hits. Weirdly. And it's like punching them down. I don't remember the shotgun having that big of an effect. I guess it's just terrible against armor. Maybe it's just because they have no armor. Syntax is not even bleeding? Literally didn't even get cut. But I've used shotguns for ages, and I always... Like, I will still always pick a machine pistol over a shotgun. Because of the fire rate, but... just today, anecdotally, they have been putting in work. Okay, I didn't even use the combat thingy. So we need the doctors, please. Childish Thin, you go tend me. Actually, go tend Mika's. Oh no, Tin Cap and Mr. Sharps is tending Mika's. A beautiful aurora is lighting up the sky. The undulating colors will boost the mood of anyone outside to see them and make their mood brighter. Good raid. I think luring them back into that little sneaky spot was good, and because they were going to have the range advantage with the recurve bow out here. And that's where we're the weakest right now, is that range, or lack thereof. Okay, Mikas is fixed. Nightbot needs tending. And then everyone else would just be healed. Tax in your victory run abuse chain shotguns. Well, chain shotguns are not shotguns. They're chain shotguns. They have a different name. They have different effects. They have different strengths. They have different damage numbers. It's like saying, oh, dude, I love machine pistols, but revolvers suck. And you're like, oh, you hate revolvers? Don't you use machine pistols all the time? Got him. Def do, probably. How does Nightbot find time to do their assigned tasks and also type and chat? I'm not sure. Just a busy bee. Midas just got up and, did you just drink some water? I think he needs to go out. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you having doggo problems? Mika's has gotten a torso infection and will need treatment. They are the newest, latest, and greatest doctor, so therefore, of course, they have been chosen for torso infection. Even with no lights, just having eyeballs can get a 70% tend with heal root alone. Still not used to that. I still feel OP with eyes. Syntax, you should heal in time. Good job, by the way. I saw you shrug off. I mean, look at this. You bit some people's toes. Syntax Squid cut Kambaro tearing his torso and left leg. I mean, your melee power is not that great. Your DPS is 1.16. I would say is less than great. I'm hoping that that extra 10% actually makes you a viable tank. Especially once we get more than one. Next immature Dryads in 2.5 days, and then so we'll have to wait like a week before we see another one. But it's good to see in action. I would say your first challenge was only against fists and recurve bow melee, but it was still, you were still effective. You're gonna be most effective against tribespeople. Least effective against lancers. I meant scythers. A mechanoid combat cluster is landing nearby. The cluster will be initially dormant, so you can take some time to decide how to attack it. It may remain dormant until disturbed, or it may have a timer or a proximity activator. Right next to the old ones. Woo! Woo! What is this? Thanks, I'm allergic to climate adjusters. Sounds like a claims adjuster.
Mech Assembler is making a pikeman. We got a centipede, 3 pikemen, and a scyther. With a mech drop beacon ready to drop mechanoids of unknown varieties. And an unstable power cell. It's going to be temperature -10. Which is going to be great for the summer. Not great during the winter, I guess. It's going to be a little chilly. It's already 60 degrees right now. Initiates in 4 days. I don't think that the mechs will activate unless I activate them. So that's good. The proximity activator's bad. But what we'd have to do, no doubt, is position a... Dude, there's, again, no cover. We don't have any psychics. What I'll probably do is just build some quick and dirty cover up here. I forget how close you can build 2 mech clusters without waking them up. I'd probably build, like, here to be safe. I don't know if that's safe or not. But anyway, I probably need to build at least a small defensive thingy. And then just send melee in with like 3 melee just against the centipede alone. Just to stop him from using the charge blaster. What about the scyther, though? Oh, I don't know, dude. It's gonna be a little messy. I think I'm gonna leave it there for a few days while we make some armor. So we have a zone called the Avoid Zone. Anywhere that is not lit up, they should not ever walk to. I think I'm gonna make it a little larger than normal just because I'm... gonna respect their position here. Put everybody on that. Okay. So we can just leave that alone for now. And I'll just keep an eye on it. Because we should be making some plate armor back here. That'll certainly help. But we need to, like, catch up on our wounds. We need to catch up on our infections. We need to heal. And we need to take a gamer death break. It's been almost 3 hours. So why don't we do that? Mad Dog Mac, thank you for the 10-month sub. What's up? Welcome back. Appreciate the prime. And Lexus also, thanks for 32 months. What happened? What happened is... conflict. Chat gets 2 hours of peace and they think the game's too easy. So Randy is... I mean, I'm playing on losing is fun. You know? It's gonna come around. And here it is. Can't wait till you drop that 8-day -15 for getting promoted to a higher rank. This is definitely going to be the combat commands battle. My sub summoned the climate adjuster. You're welcome. Oh, thanks, dude. Thanks. All right, I do need to take a gamer break, but I'm scared they're going to walk through the activator zone. If they do, I will save scum because... No, okay, not in general, but if I'm AFK, if I'm away. So I'm going to leave the game unpaused because it'd be weird if Randy did a third thing. Plus the song is over. And we will follow... Well, Mikas is up and at him and actually doesn't look like they're in that much danger. But I am going to turn your bed rest up for now. Because you should be fine. All right, we'll follow... Where's Nightbot incapacitated? Great Bow cut. Psychite withdrawal. Add bill to administer Psychite T. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. How about we just follow Y2B shears? All right, I will be right back. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight, and we'll tackle the mechanoids in due time. I think 2x is probably fine. All right, be back. Hang tight. Okay, so I will deal with this first. That was okay. As I was saying, we're just gonna drop the sword. They're at full health, which is kind of annoying. That was the fastest BRB you've ever seen. What did you guys do to Gil? Why is Gil bleeding so much? Y2B just got bruised on the ear a little bit. Alright, doctors will be tending to you shortly, I guess. Anyway, now that that has been handled, we're gonna, like I said, follow Y2B shears. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Hang tight.
This is the sub sound. This is the sub sound. This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
Monka. Shh. Thanks for waiting. I decided to just take a couple extra minutes to eat, so I didn't have to cram my face on stream. Had a nice chicken salad sandwich. I'm just hungry. Chicken salad is pretty amazing. Okay. How long did you make it before this thing happened? I'm gonna guess not long. Mikas binging on Psychites. Do I care? I love just having Psychite in the colony equals definitely gonna binge, bruh. High life missing. But didn't I give you a bill to administer Psychite, or was that somebody else? Should I just let this happen? Maybe? They don't have an addiction yet, they will. Randy literally knows when you're AFK. I think so, yeah. And I have not forgotten the centipede threat. Mary Skipper's having a tantrum due to being led by a lifted, which reminds me, Wraithen needs to try to convert you. Wraithen probably will do a much better job than I used to. Three major break risks. Oh, no research project. True. We could do... No reason to do Devil Strand right now. No reason to do Noble or Royal Apparel until we have electricity, at least. Probably just electricity. Yep, let's go back. Electricity it is. Oh, and they want to have the party. Which is fair enough. We'll have the party today. Mary Skipper's just gonna be banging on everybody's doors, I guess. Do. Mary Skipper. Mary Skipper's the kind of person to punch a hole through the wall and then patch it up right afterwards because they feel bad about it. Let me fix the mess I just made. I had to get that out of my system. It was very important to me. Do we have any stockpiled wood? No, but we have 287 outside. I'm just gonna make a couple wood stools for these. No, not that. That. So they can have another table. Alright, did you guys get some sleep? Because it's party time. How the trees look. Good. Golden. Golden. Barely, we're kind of slowly converting Raven and slowly recruiting Gil. Gil's down to under 11 resist. All right, Joe Caleb, you're not in our religion, so we don't care what you do. We are gonna begin our party. A celebratory gathering, the synthetic underground, for the colonists to have fun. A leader will give an encouraging speech. Then everyone will socialize. We have a leader now. Wow! If the social festival is fun, the insect jelly gods will deposit jelly to your colony from underground. Maybe the insects respect us for fulfilling the synthetic underground every single year, and that's why they haven't attacked us yet. Etal doesn't even wait. Currently just streaming to himself, or herself, and giving a speech about sharing ideas, the moral structure of the universe. Etal praised her own beliefs. Mika's left. Oh yeah, you're binging on Psychite. The speech is over, the party is now beginning. Childish Stin connected on the topic of the relationship between alien conspiracies and childhood loves. Maybe the reason why we love other people is because aliens reprogrammed our brain, man. Don't destroy the ideogram! What? No! We were having our once-a-year party when someone who's not even in the ideology runs in, destroys the... Too much fun in here! I'm pissed, so everyone else should be too! Once a year, by the way. Out of all the things you could destroy in the colony. You should have a court trial for that guy. A trial over some heinous accusation. The initiator will accuse someone of terrible wrongdoing and gather people for a trial. Spectators will listen as the accuser and accused argue back and forth, then decide if the accusation is true. If the accused is convicted, you can freely banish, arrest, or execute them and nobody will mind. The chance of a conviction depends on the social abilities of the accused and accuser, and the number of spectators. We can't even... Can you do that on someone who's currently having a... Yeah, you can't even do it anyway. Now Nightbot didn't get a party and is having a tantrum. Uh-oh. This is the tantrum city right now. The tag team tantruming right now. What are you blowing up? Guys, relax. We still have to deal with this. I thought the party was gonna bring us together, not tear us apart. Mika's is having a medical emergency, has not been tended for their illness. We got extreme break risks for you. 2 tattered apparel. Higher oh, that's why. We need you guys to only wear 51% and up, please. Preferably normal and higher if we can. Okay, those ones are already... That one's already correct. Yeah, these ones are already correct. I love how they just love destroying vents. Who started building? No one's... Who started building this? Rebuilding it. Nightbot, could you relax? Rebuffed by Etal ×2? I attempted to create a romance, but I got the cold shoulder. Feels bad, man. You guys know there's other people in the colony, right? There's other people besides me. Colonist needs rescue. That they do. We also need to clean this place up. All right, they're immune. They're immune. We got so much stuff outside, too. Look at all this stuff to haul. Who's... Okay, we're gonna do a colony-wide haul sesh. We're gonna just queue up everybody
to come grab something. Was imprisoned, yeah. Ate without table, ate non-cooked plant. All right, you go drink some psychite, you addict, and then come back. Oh no, there's a lot. There's a lot, dude. I need the hall tree, but it's gonna take too long. Pruning Garanland, that's fine. Get the wood. Joe Caleb, you can haul some potatoes. Mary Skipper, you wake up and haul some potatoes up there. All right, just everybody do one big haul. Clean some of this up. Little by little. Still got so much out here, though. Okay, we'll rebuild. And then we'll do the party again. And then we'll tackle the mix. In due time. Until then, I think it's funny that one of the other non-believers... Oh, speaking of... Eta, wake up... No. Wraithen, wake up and do the conversion here. They are rebuilding the ideogram. What? Massive psychite tolerance? Oh, no. What's happening? I haven't even seen massive until now. We got a large tolerance on cap. We're gonna have to get them some new drugs. It's still not possible to do smoke leaf with our current status. I can't afford to let them eat that much, and we haven't even started growing it. Well, we got Mary Skipper down to 33% certainty. That was a 20% reduction. Will chocolate do? I don't know, Great Thane. Do you see any trees on this map? Do you know where chocolate comes from? It doesn't come from the ground. In the cave. It doesn't come from the fungus mushroom. It doesn't come from the 70% soil, does it? The supermarket? From the store. Where does it come from? All right, Mary Skipper, I appreciate what you're doing. The repairs are good, but we're just gonna have you do a little of this action. Once Joe Caleb is done cooking, they will go back to full-time cleaning. But unfortunately, we have some very busy bee colonists. It already looks a little better. Nightbot, you're used to cleaning up the trash in chat, right? It's pretty natural. It's in your job description, at least. Syntax Squid, you're gonna have a friend in a few days. And then we're gonna need to prune this tree even higher for another one. Okay, one colonist, in fact, is idle. It's just because Childish Stin refuses to do any hauling or cleaning, unfortunately. But that means that there's no plants that need to be replanted. Look at all these potatoes going to waste. We don't even really have that much storage space. Nightbot, did you lose a leg or something? You did lose a leg. All right, how are we doing on the armor back here? We've only made, have we made any armor? I don't remember if I queued. Oh, we did. We have a good quality plate. Excellent. You can see all the, we need some traders. And or we need to like get rid of the tainted apparel that we got stockpiled in here. Sliding Convenience, thanks for getting a sub to Def Dudes back for 17 months. Welcome back, Def Dude. Thanks for the gift subs. There's just so many dryers, they keep pooping more stuff out. All right, we're gonna go ahead and set up another tree. Right there. Another Garanland coming up. This one's gonna be, I guess, Nightbots. No, not Nightbots. This one's gonna be Mikas's. They're each connected to a different person, so we have a different point of weakness, depending on who dies. If our Woodmaker connection, which is Childish Stin, dies, it's awful. If White to Bee Shears dies, we have 140 heal root ready in the wings. If the Barkskin Nightbot connector dies, that's not great either. Did you plant that? Does it take a minute to pop up? Oh, you were clearing the space. Now you're gonna put it in. Making a veritable forest in the desert, indeed. A new Garanland is here. So we should probably get that, actually we don't have to do anything. It's just gonna spawn an immature dryad in 8 days. The dryads make that helmet. We just dropped that there a while ago, apparently. But, I mean, people are hauling. That's the thing. It's just like, there's just so much stuff. There's so much stuff throughout the colony. Helmet dryads. Depressive is so bad. We're working on your awful bedroom actually right now, Mr. Sharps. I know it doesn't look like it, but our builders are block by block trying to make things more beautiful. We'll get you some paved floors sooner or later too. This looks impressive compared to a few days ago. We're getting there. It's just taking a long time. But once everybody's patched up, healed, and we have at least, I would say 2 pieces of plate would be nice. If Ashley could finish this plate armor. Then I would feel a little bit more confident giving them a simple helmet and the plate armor to my 2 best swordsmen. And then we're gonna have just chaos. Because we don't have good guns. Machine pistols are not the ultimate centipede destroyer, as you might imagine. It's just gonna be volleys of hundreds of shots. Etal is so pissed about losing the TripAdvisor role and getting a promotion to head of the colony. They have decided to fixate their rage on the colonists and hurl insults, which this is going to make the bad even worse. I can't allow this, Etal. You know that, right? 90% chance to arrest you. Too fast. Rathan's never gonna catch him. You know what? Do what you want.
Because if I imprison you, you're gonna have another stacking debuff for over a week, and you're gonna be pissed about losing a second roll minus 15 until I can give it back. So I don't know. It's just too much trouble. Cut out your tongue, and then you can't do your job. I don't know. We need to go take care of business, dude. Oh, the ideogram's back, and guess who can't do it? Yep. Guess who's not ready for the party? Joe Caleb is being aggressively insulted. Currently at a negative 28, I've been directly insulted. What a terrible person. Etal called Joe Caleb an ibis. Or an ibis. How do you even say that? Etal loudly insulted Joe Caleb's fashion knowledge. Compared Joe Caleb to a beast. You are stealing from our colony. Joe Caleb, honestly, you do deserve this for destroying the ideogram. So I'm just gonna say this is the justice. Instead of going through all of the trouble of doing the, Oh no! Okay. Etal loudly insulted Joe Caleb's self-control. True. Driving Joe Caleb into a rage and beginning a social fight. I'm gonna call it a tie. They're both in medium pain. I hope they worked out their differences. Good drama. Ow. Guys. Okay. I believe we should... Yep, we got 2 steel plates ready to go. Y2B shears, wear 1. Get the excellent quality helmet after that. The next best fighter is arguably Mikas. Who was going to fix you but decided not to. And we'll give you a plasteel sword. Okay. Etal, I mean, you're gonna have to come fight. Even though you just did. Wraithen, you're probably gonna need something. Your mood's not great. Okay. Nightbot. Well, I guess we need to just reserve the melee. The melee should be the ones getting the flak vest, probably, but you can still have the T flak vest. Where are the other helmets? I mean, 33% I guess is still a helmet. Mary Skipper also needs armor. Okay, I'm just gonna give Mary Skipper this flak vest. And that helmet. There you go. And you don't have a sword. I know we have extra gladii like all over the place. We've made like 5 or 6 of them. They might be outside still. I don't think anybody fell though. Oh, there's one. There's so many bodies down there still. We got graves for them. All right, I think this is gonna have to do. I think. Yeah, that's pretty much everybody's armor. All right, chat, you guys ready to go? Etal tried to convert Mary Skipper again. Uh-oh. Not sure on the timing on this. All right, I think we gotta go, dude. Whew. Deep breath. I'm scared. I'll be honest. I'm scared. The Scyther scares me. There's a mech assembler making a pikeman and a mech drop beacon. I forgot about the mech drop beacon. And we don't have any cover. We do if we fight from this side, I guess. I'll miss this colony. Yeah, I'm not liking the without the mech drop beacon, we have a pretty good shot. With like 2 unknowns. See, what's nice is we actually do have some armor. And we have competent melee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people who have swords. Everyone else has at least a gun. I do feel like this could be a full wipe without any defensive structures. But also I don't have time to build it because we're just doing this cycle of tantrum. I just hate that we don't have any range. What I'll probably do is just have 2 shooters here with 1 backup melee. The 2 shooters will shoot at the unstable power cell first. We're gonna... Huh. What if we wipe? What if we wipe? Also, Dr. Sharps is not in the building, but everybody else is. We have 3 other doctors. 4 other doctors. It's really going to come down to if we can handle the Scyther and the Centipede. The pikemen are scary, but they're definitely handleable. And the biggest question mark is the mech drop beacon unknown. We have to prioritize the Scyther. We have to remember Syntax Squid exists and could screw the whole thing up for us if we're not careful. I don't know what's worse from the mech drop beacon. What is the worst thing that could mech drop? Probably just more Scythers? I don't think they're gonna mech drop centipedes. I don't even know if I've seen a mech drop centipede. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Before I even forget, combat command, create an ore that boosts the combat skills of everyone nearby. Lasts for 24 hours. We also have a smoke popper, which will hurt us as much as it helps us. I'm really nervous, actually. I just think it needs to be handled. Okay. I am sending Mary Skipper, Ashley, we'll go up and over, just in case there's any issues with pathing, and Joe Caleb.
No, we'll send... Who's got the pistol? Yeah, we'll send Joe Caleb. He's gonna be a little slow. Okay. The rest of us are just gonna have to use the sandstone chunks. So it's gonna be Cap'n, Childish, Wraithen. This is not ideal. Syntax, you worry me. You do worry me. Well, Etal needs to be positioned... Deep breath, deep breath. Y2B, come on. No. Okay, I'm worried that there's gonna be a mech drop on top of these guys, and they're gonna get overwhelmed. We're gonna shoot at this thingy first. But we gotta charge into the danger zone. Okay. How the hell are we gonna take out the Scyther first? I guess the best case scenario is Syntax Squid tanks the Scyther. We need someone with a gun to back us up there. What if Mikas and Y2B tank the Centipede while Nightbot and Etal try and go get the Scyther? The nice thing about the proximity beacon is... Okay, well actually we can't do that because I need the combat bonus to hit everybody. So Mikas will go with Nightbot, Y2B will tackle... Etal's gonna sit behind cover. Syntax is gonna wander into the zone. Deep breath. You guys ready? Here we go. We're going in. Alright, let's just make sure we're targeting the right thing, because I targeted the wrong thing, and I saw it. Unstable power cell, not the mech drop. Actually, where are the mechs? Oh god, here they come. Also, fantastic job stopping the Centipede from firing anymore. Who are you aiming at? Y2B sure slammed the Centipede in second to body ring savagely. Good job, Y2B, with that 13 melee skill. Plasteel Gladius, by the way. And I'm just gonna have everybody focus the Centipede down. Mikas, you back up and let, hopefully Syntax tackle this. You guys, I'm gonna send Mary Skipper in to the pikeman at the bottom, trying to stay away from the explosion radius of this thing. Actually, no, you need to stay up here in case the drop pods come in on you. Let's go! Let's go! Okay, so Mech Assembler has produced another pikeman. Syntax, I'm gonna try and back up and get you to tank. Etal is not under attack. Y2B is being combat commanded. We got superpowers! +3 to shooting accuracy and melee hit chance. Where are the drop? Ah, there are more Scythers! No! Also, we're inside the radius of the explosion. New plan. Don't explode that at all. Just send Mary Skipper in. Nobody blow up the unstable power cell, otherwise it's gonna kill us. And, what do we do with the other side of this? Okay, you gotta kill this one first. What the hell is happening? What the hell is happening? Somebody's down! Joe Caleb is on the ground, dead in 7 hours, got needle gunned insanely fast. Nightbot got scratched 1 time in the right leg and has fallen.
Therefore, by law, Syntax Squid is no longer required to help anybody in combat because that's how dryads operate. You got hit one time. We still haven't even taken down the centipede yet. We're about to take down a single pikeman. Come on! Mikas is now down after getting poked 3 times by Scythers through the armor. It's about to be a swarm session of the Scythers versus everybody else. It's all falling to pieces. We just gotta take out the centipede. Syntax, stop running away, you coward! I will name you someone else! I can't believe that as soon as their protected colonist just falls after one hit, they give up immediately and run. Just take the centipede out. Just take the centipede out. Okay, Mary Skipper. Get in here and take the other pikeman. Syntax is surrounded on 3 sides, 4 sides! Y2B Shears is in shock with a destroyed left arm. Oh, it's over, chat. It's over. It's over. Who are we shooting? Dude, the pikemen are dominating. We got the centipede! Come on! We can still pull one out! I'm moving Ashley up into combat command range. Etal is now down. Oh my god, they're coming for us! Oh my god, Wraith, they're coming for us! Make it stop! No, the Scythers! Oh my god, the Scythers! No, Wraith! Childish, retreat! Woo! We took a Scyther out up here. Oh my god, we took a Scyther out up here. We took a Scyther out. All right, 1v1 the pikeman from point blank range, Ashley. You got this. We got another Scyther. Double team this guy. Childish, retreat. Back up. Captain. Melee. Do something. Childish. Syntax. Wake up, Syntax. It's all up to Ashley. No. One pikeman, dude. One pikeman is shredding everybody. Gods of gamers. Get Mr. Sharps down here. Get Mr. Sharps, who can't even fight, down here immediately. Did Captain just bash a Scyther in the left foot and down them? Rotate, Captain. Rotate. There's no way you're gonna 1v2 these pikemen, dude. So much bleeding and pain. So much bleeding and pain. Honestly, those 2 Scyther drop pods, combined with just some, in my opinion, terrible luck. And I don't mean that they hit us. They were always gonna hit us. It's just like, you leg shot Nightbot in their good leg, and they fell in a single hit. You headshot Mikas through their armor and knock them out with a skull crack. Taking out Nightbot basically took out Syntax. Y2B lost a leg, which is not uncommon, but the centipede shattering it is the unlucky part. Because you would think, oh, a Scyther cut that off. No, the centipede bashed their leg in and made them fall down and die. Etal also lost a leg to a Scyther. So, like, they just went for the legs and, like, took us down where we could not fight. And there were no other shots. It's just a bunch of really calculated leg shots. Like here, needle gun, right leg, gunshot, left leg. It's like, holy crap, dude. No torso, like, okay, a couple torso shots. But they just hit us in the exact correct location. Anyway, we're definitely dead. Cap'n has saved us before from the brink of death, but not this time. I really got myself into a pickle. That being said, I think we're good enough to handle it. Does that say sand in the sensors? How do we even know where to throw the sand in the sensors? These mechs have vats. Uh-oh. P.S. Pikemen are really bad at melee. The pikeman smashed Eta with its front right leg, bruising her torso. That did happen. You gave it a good shot. Do pikemen not get an accuracy debuff at close range like a sniper rifle does? I think 3 strikes and you're out, chat. 4 strikes and you're out! Sensing trouble, a mysterious man in black has arrived. Will he be able to set things right in these parts? Bucky is Mikas's brother and has arrived with 5 double fireball shooting and 15 double fireball social, an optimistic body modding teetotaler to save this very colony from the other edge of the map. Who will die in the meantime? That is what we have to wonder. Not even incapable of violence. Okay, so here's the downside. They're kind of coming to us, which I did not expect. Which does cause some issues. I don't physically know what to do. I think we have to go this way. You just shot out my eye. You just shot out my eye from across the map. Well, I guess we have to make do with the revolver. I was gonna go get the other gun, but... Damn it! By Y2B shears. 75% cover means nothing when you are a robot. Oof. Well, you tried, Bucky. You really did. You didn't stand a chance. 5th man in black! What'd I tell you, chat? When you get too close to 12 colonists, you die. I didn't have to do that fight, but I did. I did have to do the fight. Because 2 reasons. Number 1, It's almost winter, and it will actually get cold, and we still don't have enough wood for fires. And we don't have enough clothes for warmth. And number 2, someone was eventually going to go on some kind of wander and stumble into it. I've had it happen before. They walk into the proximity indicator when you don't want them to, and you do the same thing anyway. Also, side note, I am secretly relieved because I actually hate this colony. The only thing I liked about it was the Garanland trees. And the reason I hate this colony is because there was nothing to work toward. We just kept getting more people, and somehow things were not moving any faster. We got set so far back at the beginning of this run that it just wasn't, like, we were just so far behind. It's year 4, and we don't even have electricity yet. Mostly just because it's ugly. I tried to this is the first time that we've really done, like, build rooms as you need them, organic base, and I just hate this base. But I understood that it was necessary so that we could live long enough to get to another thing. Traitor. Look at this traitor. Cut out left ear. It seems centipedes are always a downfall. Centipedes are just insane. And I did what I needed to do as far as making sure that my best meleeer, who is also nimble and has a better dodge chance, had the benefit of combat command from the leader, had a plasteel gladius with better armor penetration since they have so much armor, and had 3 people supporting them with guns, and kept the scythers off of them, and had another distraction over here for the other pikemen. I gave them every opportunity to try and do that faster, but it just took so long. That if we didn't do it to ourselves, Randy was just going to do any kind of mech invasion, and it could have easily been a group like this, and it would have happened then. Do you think walls would have helped? You don't need walls if they're not shooting you. There were 3 scythers that took down this side. The centipede didn't even get a volley off, and there were only 2 pikemen shooting over here. What would walls have done, chat? It's just losing in melee, like I pointed out. The centipede literally destroyed a leg on my best fighter with nimble. And then the scythers from below came up, which we deftly killed, by the way. That was incredible, Cap'n taking out the scythers up here. And we took out all but 2 pikemen. If the scythers weren't scythers and they were something else, we probably would have been fine. But here's the thing. This is another reason why walls are... You guys are thinking about strategies for your colony with assault rifles, and we don't even have a single survival rifle. We have pistols and machine pistols. Okay, so if you build walls, you have to build them far enough away where they don't wake up the mechs. So if you build walls like here, you won't even be able to shoot them because you don't have any range. But it's okay to, you know, not have an answer, and you just got shit on in combat. That's okay. It happens in RimWorld. You don't have to try to look for a what if. Sometimes that's just the way it goes. Even when you give your best meleeers a full plate of good quality armor and helmets and plasteel swords. disease. Well, on the upside, I'm glad I didn't even start. I don't know what this... I didn't have a long-term vision for this colony. So while I miss it to some extent in that the potential of what could have been, I also think if we didn't die now, we would have died to psychite kidney addiction. All he did was mention Megabase. I can't fast forward. Of course, like, if you're shooting at a Dryad across the map, miss, 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 miss. If you're shooting at the Man in Black across the map, headshot, headshot, eyeball gone. Rest in peace, Syntax. The other Dryads got spooked and went into a cocoon. Can't get me in here, stinky robot. Mary Skipper is the last person still alive. Dead in 4 hours, suffering from malnutrition. Nightbot's still alive. Of course Nightbot would outlive us. They only took one single stab in the leg. Now, this would have had almost no impact on this fight, but I do wish the behavior of combat Dryads would be tweaked. Running away as soon as their bonded pawn is down is, like, not good or fun behavior. And it goes beyond that. Like, if you take a dog, if we talked about this before, if you have a German Shepherd, by the way, I forgot the prisoners were still here. If you have a German Shepherd and somebody comes up and punches you so hard in the face you fall down, the German Shepherd doesn't just go, oh shit, better get out of here. That's when they turn it up to 100 and go crazy. I can't believe you hurt my friend. If anything, there should be like an adrenaline buff for the bonded animal. The two pikemen are melee gods. Yes. Pikemen aren't as bad at melee as the flavor text suggests. The safest place to be around the pikeman is touching it. False. It is weak in close range fights and in melee combat. Also false. You saw how much they were nailing shots from close range? They are weaker, but they are not weak. 11 base damage, yeah. Everyone is dead or gone. The story's over. Perhaps someone else will find a use for the ruins of this place. We'll never get past basic level of technology. No, we will. We will. I don't know what I want to do. Because on the one hand, I don't feel satisfied with how far we did or didn't get in this ideology. And I would like to make a dwarf... I still want to make a dwarf drug colony. Are you gonna get away? I don't know what I want to do. I'll start something. I mean, it's only been, what, 4 hours? I don't feel like turning off the stream, but it's also difficult to start a new funeral expected. Rest in peace, Mikas' channel points, I think. Namely. Start digging. Start digging, immature dryad. Pikemen only suck when they're shooting at non-player characters. Somebody look into the code on that. There you go. What are they gonna do? I'm just like, what do they do when there's nobody left? They just, oh, there's still a prisoner. They're suffering from malnutrition, but they're not like rebelling or trying to break out. By the way, where did the third pikeman come from? Weren't there 2 pikemen? Oh, the mech assembler. True, true, true. Well, Raven, it's up to you. Dunk, 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 dunk. I won't rest until every human in this colony is dead or gone. Why don't you make a higher power colony with an easier start? Yeah, why don't I just turn the difficulty down? Why don't I just change storytellers to Phoebe? Why don't I just change the ideological memes to be easier? Why don't I just turn on DevBone? It's a good question. Why don't I just save scum? I think they're gonna let Raven starve. I love how, oh, there, wait. Crisis of belief. Okay, that's not what I thought it was gonna be. Mechs hate wealth. I love how losing the entire colony. Yeah, 47,000 still. You got too much stuff. You got too many things. All right, here's an idea for the next expansion that's gonna piss everybody off. Mechs that have fire flamethrowers. Burn your colony down with a fire attack. Because I just thought about that. It was just occurred to me while I'm watching them break everything just by busting it. Like, tribes people can come in and literally burn your base down instantly by snapping their fingers. But mechs just have to go bash stuff. Chat. You guys don't listen. I'm not gonna repeat myself. False equivalency chat is online. There it is. There it is. I love how they're destroying the other buildings now. What a way to go. Gil's still alive. True. Gil is still alive. Technically. Well, this marks, I think every colony that we lose is lost to mechanoids in some form or fashion. Whether they bring the fight to us or I bring the fight to them. We didn't get one infestation in this entire colony. Shocking. Alright, they're gone. They're dead. GG. GG. Okay, here's what I need. I need a drink or something. I need a drink. And then I need a people arrive what happened wave. And then I need to decide what to do. Because I don't want to end the stream. It's only 9 o'clock on a Friday. I'm not going to do anything else tonight. But my biggest thing is I don't know if I want to retry the ideology or try a new ideology. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So why don't we put it to a poll while I'm AFK? And I'm not going to say that you're not necessarily going to decide, right? But you're going to influence my decision, shall we say. I won't tell you what a new ideology would be, but that I feel like that's just going to make it where you only pick that. I'm allergic to listening to what chat thinks. I could try out the new fluid ideology playstyle, but I'm not personally that interested in it. I'd rather have goals that I could work towards, like that I know I want. Maybe I'll try that sometime.
You're just an egotistical streamer.
Maybe. Doesn't sound like something I want to do right now. I'd rather just like have a goal for the run. Instead of just starting with like purely vanilla. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm just gonna grab a beverage. Probably of the alcohol variety. I'm running out though, actually. Gonna have to go to the liquor store for the first time this year. Seema, thank you for the T3 subscription. Appreciate 5 subs in 1.
Sub sound.
For 11 months, no less. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for the big sub. And Pal That Paints is always pressing on, lasted a lot longer on Naked Brutality in the Desert than I thought. Yeah, it was a fun run. It was very memorable. Tons of insane events happening back to back. The 4th Men in Black getting just absolutely destroyed was very fitting, though. There is something refreshing about starting over, regardless of what we do. I just need to take a second, clear my head, because anytime you lose a run, it's like, well, I knew this was going to happen eventually, probably, but it's still frustrating, because it's like, there's so many things that I maybe could have done different, but that's why I need to stand up, walk around, and just come back and give it a fresh mindset. I'm not changing the difficulty. We're going to stay losing is fun. Memorable colony that you hated. What did you write, Grugan? I'm listening to a chant mix. KVS just said Grugan. That was like a disappointed Grugan. Do you know how to? Did you delete the other one? Now you gotta delete it. You can't just leave it there. Chant mix. We'll get him one of these times. All right, I'll be RB. Yo. What's up? What up? Is Twitch broken? Chad, did you break Twitch? Your stream ripped for 30 seconds? Who just said, did I? The stream went down for a sec. Yeah, something's weird. Went down like right after you AFK'd. Like, down? Chat, why are you guys like lying? Okay. Normally, listen, he doesn't know there's something weird happening in the game. We're talking about like the technical issues of the stream. Why would you lie about that? It did the not like this screen. I'm not saying you're lying about it going down. I'm talking about the Nopers chat who's doing monka shh. Because as soon as I got back, it went from like 800 viewers to 1,200 viewers to 690 viewers in like 5 seconds, which is insane jumps. It's all because I did a poll. Change the title. Where's the poll? Overwhelmingly new ideology, not even close. Okay then. You said what you said. You did what you did. Anyway, cheers, chat. To new beginnings. To fresh starts. To beginning again. Hope the stream is working now. It must have been a Twitch thing because I don't see any internet issues. Twitch servers have been a little crazy. Okay, new start. Naked, nope. We're naked brutality. I think I just want to do the same start again. I like tribal. I still like tribal. And I like naked brutality. Same one. Just because the lore is the same doesn't mean I have to do the same ideology. So, this is a custom start. We've got 3 tribes tech level people completely naked. Arriving in drop pods, 50% chance of cryosleep sickness, which is very scary. So it's like a combination of tribe and naked brutality, basically. Go back to your boy Randy. Randy doesn't follow the rules. He'll generate random events and he doesn't care if they make a story of triumph or utter hopelessness. It's all drama to him. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's back this up. For the VOD watchers, because I care about you, we're going to quickly change categories to create a chapter break. We're going to swap to Games plus demos for a second. And then we're gonna go back to the RimWorld category. Hopefully that will create a chapter break. Because most people want to go back and watch the start of a colony. So may as well make it easy to watch. Easy to find. Update the title. Change it back to RimWorld. Hopefully that was long enough to create a chapter break. Okay. New colony. The first taste is free. This setting is designed to be unfair. Huge threats will crash upon you without mercy until your colony dies. Only choose the setting if you are happy with the drama of struggling and dying. I am happy that it can exist. I am not happy when it happens. Which is why I am still a little miffed right now. But I'm trying to come to terms with it as fast as I can, live on stream in front of an audience who just watched me lose. You know? I'm having to reconcile all of those things together and become a better person. I didn't save scum even one time in the last run, but I still have reload anytime mode just in case something goes wrong. Speedrunning the 7 stages of grief. I am indeed, Arch. I am indeed. Okay, how about before we choose... We'll choose a seed, but before I choose the location, I'm just gonna create the ideology first. Let's see. What should this, seed be? Let's do 100%, and let's do... Hickory, Dickory, Dock. Let's see what we get. Pump it, Dock. Anyways, it was a nice campaign. It was a cool story. The extreme desert's fun. It was hard. It was fun actually surviving on it. We just gotta... I feel like I lose the same way each time. Our wealth starts getting up above 50k. I get about 11, 12 colonists. And we still don't have any production lines going. I barely had... I had some helmets. I had some suit of armor, but that's not enough. We need better guns. So what ideology bring to the game? You're about to find out. As long as my stream is working now. All right, we'll pick a site soon. We'll come back to this. I like the 275 size. All right, let's look at this. Choose your ideologian. What should your starting colonist believe? This will affect gameplay and visuals. You'll be able to recruit others or take on their beliefs. So you can pick a pre-built. You can play classic, which is good for the first few games to learn. And the new fluid ideology, you can develop over time, is the new gameplay style. We're gonna do a new one. Because I am interested in trying the fluid. If we lose again, after getting a decent distance, I might try the fluid one. Okay, I don't know what origin I want. Doesn't really. This is for flavor. I'm still really like wanting to do the transhumanism, but it's just we never can get there. How about? Did we do embodied theist last time? Or did we do ideological? You know what? Let's do animist. Spirits live in everything around us, in the plants and animals, rivers and trees, sky and stars. The mortal structure of the universe springs from the necessity of respecting them. Okay, so the memes we discussed doing last time, this was one option. I think it was cannibal, we must consume human flesh. Supremacists, our people should dominate all others. Raiders, the strong should take from the weak. And transhumanists. Where, okay, I'm probably not gonna do this, but the idea was become fully bionic and just eat people. Herd humans so that you can feed on them to feed your bionics. Or something stupid like that. Supremacist robots. That was the idea. However, I've been really interested in doing some of the ones that I've kind of avoided. I was thinking about actually doing tree connection. Trees are the essence of life and we must be near them. Like, I'm actually very curious about isn't the tree connection is the one with the special Garanlan dryad, right? Every idea has had transhumanist, doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be fresh, like, from zero, because we didn't do anything transhumanist in our playthrough. So it doesn't matter if you pick it again. Plus, I'm just gonna pick what I want, chat. You know that. So, the other one I was thinking was tree connection. Rough living welcomed. What's interesting about rough living welcomed, you can sleep outdoors, outside, with no real structure. And there's no penalties. You don't have to, but I'm trying to think of how I would evolve that from a megabase to a megabase, I guess. High Life was interesting, but the problem with High Life is it is somewhat misleading. And the misleading aspect is High Life says that your drug crop harvest yield is times 150%. But it appears that drug crops are still capped at normal. So you're not actually getting 150%. And I believe there was a patch not that long ago that raised the max harvest yield, but we did some testing and it did not get any more like the people that were of my ideology, despite having on their stat card times 150%, did not actually harvest any more drugs than anyone else. So I'm not really sure what the benefit is. It really just forces you to take drugs every 0.75 days without any tangible benefit. Other than, I guess, a better mood buff when they do take the drugs. But it seems actually pretty weak. Not that they have to be balanced, but it'd be nice if it was actually the crop harvest yield bonus that it says it is. That would make it a lot more rewarding. Oh, I didn't mean to back up. Okay. Anywho, I like the idea of tree connection. I don't know what else I like. I don't think I need to be a rancher. Meat eating mildly required, seriously, or strictly required. I guess my only fear with tree connection is I'm gonna basically have to do tree producing dryads first again, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I feel like I should have more idea of what I want to do. Animal personhood. Animals have the same rights as humans do. Dude, this would be like trees. Killing trees are bad, killing animals are bad. It's like, ow.
Slaughtering animals is prohibited, horrible, or disapproved. Unlocks the animal specialist role. You have to just like get the goodies. But Tree Connection would actually make use of the new features of replanting trees. Tree animal loving cannibals. That's a lot of high impact precepts. I'm pretty sure flesh purity is also just hard mode. With your medical specialist roles is the best part about it. What would I want to combo with Tree Connection? What sounds fun? Tree Connection Supremacist is weird and different. Slavery acceptable or honorable? We haven't done any slavery playthrough. Let's see. Yeah, so what haven't we done? We haven't done any slavery. We haven't done any raiding. We haven't done individualist, which is kind of sort of like a offshoot. They both have slavery. It's honorable. We haven't done flesh purity, which is pretty hard mode. No raiders. We haven't done nature or human primacy. We haven't done male-female supremacy, personhood, rancher, darkness, nudism, or cannibals. What's the benefit? Why would you pick nature primacy and tree connection? What do you get from nature primacy that you don't get on tree connection? Mining prohibited? Uh-oh. Why is that only a 2-star impact? You can't slaughter animals or mine.
This is the sub sound.
It's still a -10 opinion. Someone mined a block, -3. Someone destroyed a natural wall. Oh boy. You can turn them off. You're right, you can turn them off by not picking that ideology, but it's part of the ideology, so if you're gonna turn it off, why would you pick it? Second, one of those two is required, so I don't think you can turn it off. I think you guys are just lying again. You can, okay, you can remove it, but like, why? That's part of the nature. Yes, I am nature primacy, by the way. Yes, I have nature primacy. I've just removed all the relevant bits of nature primacy. Why do I keep doing that? Anyways, chat, shut up! Stop talking, okay? Unless you are smart. So, only non-subs can talk in chat anymore. They're smart enough to have not given me money yet. Where's non-sub mode on Twitch? Hey, that's me. Okay, I need to make some decisions, but you're the ones that chose new ideologies, so you knew what you were getting into. All right, I just need to go with my gut. What about tree connection, supremacist? We are one with nature and have been chosen by them, therefore you should bow before us. We are so in tune with nature that we have risen above the common man.
This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
Humans are the moral center of the universe. Because we are so connected to the trees, we are the only ones who can, more so than the animals. And to exert that primacy, and the supremacy, we might just leave it there, or I think a nudism run is like extreme challenge mode, and doesn't sound like something I want to do right now.
eat the animals. Raising animals is the right way. Raising plants to eat is not. We have a tree connection. We are one with the trees and worship them and do not want to harm them or grow. But that defeats the purpose of plant specialists. Those are literally opposing sides. Well, that's not necessarily true. You could still use a plant specialist to grow drugs, or cloth, or devil strand, or heel root, and you don't have to eat vegetarian food. Or we could just do the thing we had before. Cannibal, transhumanist, supremacist. Oh, we were gonna do nudism. No. No, this sounds so difficult. Cannibal, supremacist, naked full bionics who enslave humans to eat. Oh, that would be incredibly difficult. Ugh. I could do one of the things we've already done before. If I wanted to try High Life again, I could try it again. Like, I could try Tree Connection High Life, but that's 2 overlapping plant specialists, but you do get the Garanland difference. I just don't know what you get. What do you get out of High Life? It just gives you an Autobahn, because the plant specialist is overlapped, and the harvest yield doesn't happen. RP. I guess RP. Chat. How about this? Is there a... I'm just curious. Is there a screenshot of RimWorld Ideologies? I want to try something out. Let's see what chat can come up with. I'll make the screenshot myself. Let's see what chat can come up with. Okay, then extend the canvas size. Scroll down, take another screenshot. There we go. Okay, and boom. Check this out. All right, now where's click maps? Where's click maps? Do I probably have to enable it. Click! There we go. Overlay 1. Refresh this page. Smart click. There you go. You can click the screen. These are all the high impact memes. And I need to show you the overlay. Where's the overlay? Oh. It should already... There you go. All right, now you can see the overlay. What happens if I spam click? I don't know. You only get one vote. You just click where you want to vote. Which of the high impact ideologies are you most interested in? All right, by and large, chat agrees tree connection. Okay. So, tree connection. Plus what? If you click again, I believe it changes your vote. I think. Wow, we got 40% for Raiders so far. Alright, I think it's pretty clear. 36%, nobody else is even close. So chat's chosen Raider. And then, I don't know how to do this where you guys aren't gonna screw it up. How about this? Now for the low impact ideologies. The duality of chat. Playing Drop Pod Raiders is so much fun. Raiders is such a pain in the ass for me. The duality of chats. Nobody wants loyalty, individuality. I don't know why. I mean, I guess because I don't either, but... Okay. So, by and large, chat wants supremacist as well. Now, pick between top, middle, and the bottom for the fourth meme. You don't have to pick on an individual ideology thing, you just pick on what bracket you want. Do you want one of the low impact memes, one of the medium impact memes, or one of the high impact memes as a fourth one? And then we'll see what chat's tally is and see if you actually like it in its finished form. Okay. You guys are not great at clicking on the same blob as the other people who are in your bracket. Or just not listening. I said you don't have to click on an individual thing, you just have to click on the top, medium, or bottom for this particular vote, and then we will zoom in on it. I did say that, so nobody wants another low impact. It seems like the vast majority want another high impact meme. You've already picked tree connection. And now you can argue amongst yourselves. Well, this looks awfully familiar. Was this the one that I had already picked? Did chat just pick the one that I, like, hypothetically was going to pick? Okay, well, chat actually is only a 3% margin between animal personhood and cannibalism. Now there's only a 2%. Now there's only a 1% difference, so I don't know what's going on. It's pretty close. Now it's tied. Now it's up 1%. Okay, I'm gonna have to call the poll. And now there's a 2% gap. I'm gonna call it. Stop the votes. Stopped with 1%. So chat, if you had things your way, it would look like tree connection cannibal, supremacist, raider, which looks a little tough. But go with what you had initially. Cannibal won by a lot. Okay, but have you considered darkness supremacist? Have you considered darkness supremacist tunneler transhumanism? Where you hide inside the caves, preferring literally everything to be dark, fighting in dark, but you send the slaves outside to handle anything that requires touching the sunlight, and you morph yourself into machine lords. I don't know why I always go with transhumanism. Oh, well, that's neat. Have you considered... Dude, I don't know. I'm very indecisive right now. I know you can tell. We've been here for like 30 minutes. Maybe 40 even. So what did you pick, chat? Tree connection, cannibal, supremacist raider. I feel like this is just a tough combo. And the reason is because we have to raid. So we have to go out and fight. But the tree connection also makes us have to work on stuff at home. If I want to have all the dryads, I can't send the whole squad out to raid because I'll have tree connected people that can't leave. Does that make sense? So I have to choose between like staying home and maintaining the Garanland trees or like leaving and actually raiding. So that's why it's tough. I feel like we don't have to be like... My first gut reaction was tree connection. Chat, okay, actually, let's do this. What's the one that you like the most on the entire thing? What's your favorite one on the whole menu? Let's find out. Pick your absolute favorite. What's the one you literally can't live without? I wish I could vote, but I'm on mobile. These apps should work on mobile, but maybe the screen's too small. Chat, are you guys just picking every single one on the screen? Are you just trying to get a bubble on all of the possible options? Okay, I think it's gonna have to come down to me choosing something myself. I gave you guys a shot. You just picked what I picked. I'm just too influential on you. Let's come up with some different ones and then pick from that. I am fascinated still by the supremacist cannibal, bionic. Supremacist cannibal bionic, I know what you're gonna say, but nudism. That's the one that stands out to me. Click randomize. Okay, why? Supremacist raider nudism. It's just I can do random. Oh good. Male supremacy supremacist random. Good job, random. We're definitely gonna do that one. Nudist raiders. Techno nudist barbarians. It just sounds so unrealistic. Because also, like, no clothing. Everyone fully nude. I'd have to rush to try to get some bionics. And we're tribes people, so it's gonna be even more impossible. Hello, my name is Etalyx. Today we're gonna be nudists in extreme desert. We almost already kind of did that. All right, that's what I like from an RP perspective. What I like from a gameplay perspective is a tree connection. Probably... Tree connection loyalist. I did like tree connection human primacy. Tree connection, human primacy, loyalist, and for some more, I think rancher. Tree connection, rancher, human primacy, loyalist. That way it's like, trees are the essence of life, we must be near them, but we ranch and mandate meat instead of eating plants because we're connected to the plants. We hug so hard that we are enlightened and eat only animals and meat. Humans are the moral center of the universe, justifying even further the eating of the animals, and just loyal to the cause as a basic. I feel like this one would be fun. It gives us the ranching back. Let me be the rancher I wanted to be last time. Get all the memes with the dude holding his arms up. That's what I got. Oh, no, tunneler. All right, so let's say this is one. Let's say this is one. Every RimWorld run is fun, it's true, yeah. Tree connection, rancher, human primacy, loyalist. Let's say that's one. Let's say... Cannibal, transhumanist, nudist, supremacist is 2. Okay. And let's say I have to make up a third one, so this might take a little tweaking. If I was gonna do Raider, which I'm not sold on, but I'm like not opposed to either. What would I combo with it? How about Raider, Animal Personhood, and even though slaughtering and killing innocent animals is abhorrent, we could use them as warriors and fighters. Raider, Animal Personhood, with Individualist, like cowboy-style raiders, Individualist, Raider, Animal Personhood, and what? Maybe just 3? It doesn't have to be 4. Because I don't think darkness fits. Cannibal doesn't fit. I guess if I had to cram a 4th one in, we could try like a female supremacy run. That'd be funny. Because I don't see, I mean, none of these fit to me. But I think it fits. Okay. That'd be, let's say those are the 3 options. Let's say those are the 3 options. Let's see which one chat is most interested in. I don't even know which one I would want to pick, and that's why we're here. What would chat do when given the option between tree, connection, ranch, loyalist, and what was the 4th one for that? Human primacy. I only have so many characters that I can squeeze in here. Yeah, so if it looks funny, it's because they can't squeeze all the characters in. Okay. Individualism. Female supremacy. What was the last one I just came up with, chat? Goldfish memory here. Oh, animal. And what was the last one? Raiders. Okay, here you go. Content does not meet guidelines. Is it because of the word cannibal? I'm gonna spell cannibal with 1 N. It is not the word cannibal. Or maybe it's they know how to... What word is bad, Twitch? Is it... nudism? It might be nudism. God, I don't know. I don't have the word supremacy. It's just S-U-P-R. It's not supremacy. Tree, ranch, loyal, human, pry. Cannibal. It might be both cannibal and nudism. I have the... I hope it's not the word female. I don't know what it is. Is it raid? This just says, what would chat do? Tree, ranch, loyal, human, pry, like primacy. Cannibal, I spelled differently. Nudism, I spelled, maybe, okay, hang on. There we go, it was nudism. It was the word nude and nudism. Okay, I spelled everything kind of funky to try to get around it. You have 2 minutes to try to interpret these words and vote for the one that you think is the best. And then we'll have a runoff of the top 2. So you can vote for whichever one you want without feeling like your vote is not counting. Where do I vote? It should just be in the chat. It should be in the chat right now. Top of your chat. There should be a drop-down button with current poll. Right now, it is very evenly tied. Very close. Okay, we got about 10 seconds left. There was definitely a clear loser. I tried to put, here's what was interesting about this vote. I put one thing that you guys wanted in each category, and I think it's a good match. So you got the tree connection in one, you've got raiding in the other, and you've got cannibal in the other. So I was curious to see what you guys would actually top out with. Okay, we'll do a runoff between the top 2. And this one will only be 60 seconds. So you better vote fast. You don't have much time, because we don't want to be here the rest of the day. I already have to actually create the ideology, which is hard enough. You got about 40 seconds left. It's a runoff between tree connection, ranch, loyalist, and human primacy versus individualist, female supremacy, animal personhood, raiders. Those are your 2 options. Only 10 or 15 seconds left on the clock. Time is running out. Poll isn't working on mobile. We'll blame Twitch for not having their own features supported. I assume there were enough voters where this is a representation, probably of the majority. Chat has chosen individualist, female supremacy, animal personhood, raiders. Oh! Wait. That one. That one. That one. And that one. I'll be honest, I just hate raiders. I'll try it. I'm gonna give it a try, but it's I want to try it because it's a different gameplay style. But I'm scared of change. I fear change. Okay. I'll I'll just give it a go. I'll just give it a try. All right, let's just do it. Listen, I understand female supremacy, but why is part of their tenet male clothing is fully nude? Is that the reverse tenet for male supremacy? Is it female? I thought, because I thought it was the reverse. I thought when you pick like male supremacy that it was always like the cliche, everybody's gotta wear full covering, but this is like the opposite. It's gonna be real hard to raid when a bunch of our colonists are naked, is what I'm thinking. This is the issue. Let's see what the natural narrative is. This is the randomly generated narrative. The spirits of thought and consciousness live within animals and humans alike. Every spirit lends its unique nature to our world, and they expect us to do the same. Our universe will finalize when the one people has become strongest of all, and every spirit sees it and bows to them. Men are fully nude currently. Rating is required. We don't work like common laborers. We take from the weak as the strong should. Failing to do so is a tremendous shame. Let me see what the debuffs are. Mood, less than 25 days since our last raid, +6. More than 25 days since our last raid, -6. +3 from participating in the raid. Global work speed down 8%, or a +12 for raiding or not raiding. And global work speed down 16%. Yo, we're gonna have to be raiding all the time. 16% global work speed down is crazy. I guess we can go hard on this, and if we lose, then we'll just do a different one. I'm gonna say men should probably have some armor if you're gonna make me raid all this time, okay? Men must cover their entire body, including their hair and face. Otherwise, we should have just picked nudism. But you guys chose to not pick the nudist one. We could have had nude, but you didn't pick it. Uncovered any body part, -18 opinion. Uncovered any body part, -4. Oh boy, that's gonna be rough. Let's do it. Execution is required. I don't know that that's necessarily true. I don't feel like Raider necessitates mandatory, permanent, regular execution. We already have to raid. So how about just respected if guilty? Killing innocent animals is an ugly act. Innocent animals are those who are not attacking or who are only driven to attack by human provocation. Killed innocent animal, -5. Someone killed an innocent animal, -1. Meat eating is currently disapproved. Eating meat of any kind should be avoided. Didn't they make animal personhood, don't we have bonds with animals? Animal connection is strong. Which is, we have a strong connection to our animal friends. Times 200% tame chance. Bond chance factor times 200%. Deeply evil to eat any kind of meat. -12, 8 meat. Dude. I feel like we've already got required rating and mail totally covered. Why don't we just relax on the extreme evil? Let's just write it down. Let's do horrible, still a -12 mood buff. Abhorrent is -24. Good God. Let's just do horrible. We already have required rating and totally covered. These are the extremes. Killing innocent animals is just disapproved. We'll do horrible, because chat wanted animal personhood as one of the main things. Animal connection is strong, and woman spouse is 4 or fewer. I guess we'll just leave that where it is. I didn't even do that, it just rolled that way. Slaughtering animals will make horrible. Why not go all in on this? Chat didn't give us a plant specialist, though. I think this run is doomed. Female clothing, pants and shirt is the default role. We'll just keep the default role, I guess. If you wanted to be nude, chat, you should have picked the nudism one. You didn't pick it. Organ use, no harvest. Acceptable if min. Not an option. We are raiders. So I'm gonna say, well, yeah, this is not human supremacy. This is not human primacy. It's animal personhood. So we're just harvesting organs from people. It's not the same as harvesting meat from other animals. Cannibalism is abhorrent. I don't see why you would eat people if you won't even eat animals. Well, you can't. That's reverse logic of what I just used with organ harvesting, I guess. What does no harvest end up as? Harvested organ -15. That's vanilla though. Isn't that classic? -15. Yeah, that's fine. Corpses are ugly. Blindness horrible. Cannibalism abhorrent. Yes. Fungus despised. Diversity of thought highly appreciated. What does that end up doing? We never had one where they weren't bigoted before. I think if you're individualist, then this is probably fine. Otherwise, you're not individualist. Insect meat despised. Eating nutrient paste disgusting, sure. Research normal. Scarification horrible, yes. Skull spikes desired because we're raiders. Ooh, haven't built skull spikes before. Symbolize our superiority. Slavery is acceptable and unremarkable. Okay, that's part of the raiders. And it can't be honorable, it conflicts with individualists. It's just merely acceptable. Physical love is free. Men's spouse is one only. That was a default role we got. Marriage name, always woman's, also the default role we got. We'll just keep those. Okay, roles. Smash head. So we can have a shooting specialist or a melee specialist in addition to the animal specialist and, of course, the moral guide and leader. So would I rather have a shooting specialist or a melee specialist? Shooting specialist gives you +7 shooting accuracy, 50% less aiming time, refuse to use melee weapons, and disables cooking, constructing, growing, mining, plant cutting, smithing, tailoring, or crafting. Whereas the melee specialist is +7 melee hit chance and dodge chance. Will not use ranged weapons. Also refuses to cook, hunt, construct, grow, mine, plant, cut, smith, tailor, or craft.
I haven't played with either of these, so they both be fun. And I feel like obviously we have to keep the animal specialist, who is focusing on animals to the exclusion of all else. They must be a spiritist, which we're going to rename, skill animal 6, and they have a 200% chance to train, tame, and they have a hunting revenge chance of only times 20%, which is low, but we can't hunt animals because we can't kill them. I feel like if we're planning on having animal warriors, it would make more sense to have a shooting specialist instead. Because I want to have, like, animal fighters with animal personhood. Tame them, bond with them, and have them fight to defend our colony. We can have a whole bunch of different festivals. We default to funeral sky lantern festivals and the gladiator duel, which I'm actually okay with all of these. Unless we wanted to also do a symbol burning. Party of Woman. A ritualistic burning of a hated symbol. Participants gather around a sacrificial structure, light it on fire, and celebrate as it burns to ash. The Furry Arc. The Outlaw Axe and the Raid of Memento. They have to know. What is this gun funk? Gun funk! All right, first chief. What are you gonna be called? There's not any easy names for these. I mean, we are tribes people, so a chief of some kind is what it's focusing on. Universe Chief. I'm not gonna name them Amazon Prime, okay? Oh my god. Why not? You really want this? Fine, you really want this? I need to lock this. Since this is a tribe, how about a tribal headdress? But then again, that sucks as a required apparel if, we need them to wear armor. But it's still neat, so we'll just keep it. How do you lock these? Do you have to lock them anymore, or do they lock themselves? Oh, you can't lock the leader. Okay, weird. Sponsored stream? Maybe. Alright, our, moral guide can wear a cape. Maybe a visage mask. Visage masks were cool. What are we? Animal personhood, individualism. There's no funny names for this. You guys already took the funny name. By the way, what's up, Not So Wise Sage? He's still in the IDEO creator. I am, yes. Visage mask reminds me of Durf.
Chat, I'm not gonna do just Twitch names for every one. Feminine Shepherd. Fem Chef. Fem Chef. Oh my god. Is that what you want? Okay, is that what you want? Did we lock it? Yeah. Animal Specialist. The Creaturizer. No, I don't think I'm gonna name the fur. Somewhere, there is, like, some really twisted, like, fucked up fiction on the internet where this exists already. Stop. I'm just like, someone already has made this up. The Whiskerizer. Oh. I don't know what to name this. The Whiskerkin. Whiskerkin. Oh, I hate that name, which is why I think I have to do it. There's a bowler hat. The bowler hat is required. Okay. Shooting specialist. Shoot user. Oh, shoot user. I'm using shoot style. That's when I only kick and I don't punch anymore because I broke my fingers. Shoot user. Aim user. Shoot talker, snipe bringer. Shotor. What are these words? The gun knower. The gun knower. Oh, this one's kind of dumb. I kind of just like gun knower. It's pretty dumb. Aimbot, you guys missed the chance to be transhumanist. Sorry. Let's say no required apparel for this one. We don't have to have that for everyone. The gunk owner. That's not what it says. Funeral. Oh, I didn't lock these. The Morning of Femininity. Moving on. Requiem of Theft. There's the Morning of Femininity again. Go back. Go back. Oh my god. No. I just spit my drink everywhere. Oh, it's all over my face. Oh. Oh, I'm having to clean myself because I just saw influx and shit. Right, womanly sepulture with a flushed emoji, and I spit my drink everywhere. It's just a combination of the same words. I don't know where theft comes into it. Alright, you know what? I gotta keep sepulture of femininity. Or womanly sepulture. There it is. Alright, I'm gonna keep that. Symbol of burning. Furry Jubilee. Open party. Furry Advent. Feminine party. The game's torn on whether to be feminine or furry. Furry Fair. Animal party. Spirit is fair. Outlaw Advent. Party of femininity. Feminine celebration. Celebration of piracy. Oh yeah, you guys are pirates, right? You forgot about the whole raiding aspect of the colony. You're really focusing in on just one thing at a time. Party of woman. It's a burning. We're burning stuff. We're gonna burn symbols. I mean, we didn't ever even get to do the other one. We made Burning Woman instead of Burning Man. Is this gonna be yearly? On the 9th of August, farm animals wander in as a reward? Or we can discover an ancient complex, recharge psi focus, 50% chance of a random recruit of the same ideologian joining your colony? Whoa, these are crazy. I feel like the group of farm animals is the best with animists, but random recruit joining, it seems also insane. Let's do farm animals wander in. That's interesting, random, and once a year. All right, the Sky Lantern Festival. The celebration of raiding. The Fiesta of Independence. They don't have a lot of names for this. How about just Balloon Day? I feel like that's nice enough. How about, I mean, it doesn't have to be fancy. It could just be it's just Balloon Day. Happy balloons. More farm. What? Okay. Random recruit joins the colony. Should we have one be farm animals, or should we have all of them? We're gonna get too many animals. Let's let this one stay where it defaulted to 50% chance of a random recruit joining the ideology.
The balloons are messages to those outside, and they come to join us when they see them. Now, the gladiator duel, I'm quite excited about. Discover the location of an ancient complex nearby. Or more farm animals. Let's do the farm animals one. Liberal battle. The contest of piracy. Feminine battle. Good one. That's a real good game. Chat, I have to bring shame on you for calling it cat fights. In any other circumstance, for being demeaning, except that it is an animal personhood colony, and that cats are an animal that we will probably have in the colony. And that is probably the one exception in which it works. Foxy Boxy. No. You're going too far down the rabbit hole. We're making a cat girl fight club. Maybe. Okay, kneel pillow. Open. This is a grand altar? What does this look like? Why is this like a rounded square? What is it? 3x3? What is it? Well, I don't understand what this object is. Christmas tree. Are we gonna have animal sculptures, or are we gonna have totemic sculptures? Feminine shape. Womanly form. Why is it a donkey? Come on. Come on. Oh my god. I don't know what this is. It's a grand altar that plays a role in ideologous rituals. And I don't know what it is. Apparently it is, okay, this is an altar, like a platform. How about the high heel? Beautiful. Relics. It's religious. It's on high. Raid memento. What? I don't even know what this is. Alright, we're starting over on these. What do we even... We want a tablet? We want... We'll never even get these.
Definitely not a thrumbo horn. How about a pendant? And since we have gun specialists, why not one of the guns? Like a charge rifle. From a tribesperson perspective, a charge rifle would probably make sense. All right, you just went through the 2 defaults. You're trying your best, I know. The bore core. The rifle of assault. The gyno... Did that just say gyno relic? What is Zan Locus? I don't know, dude. Ow. We definitely don't want to make it out of gold. This doesn't need to be a funny name. It's just gonna be a silver relic called Star Mass. Alright. Matro Tablet. It really likes Matro Tablet. It sounds like a pill. It sounds like medicine. Deadlash. Okay. Those are at least names. Weapons, noble Neolithic, despised Ultratech. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't know if I don't like the pairings. We have so many other requirements, I don't think we can even do that. Okay, we are animalists, so venerating certain animals does make sense. How about we venerate something that can... What about like a polar bear? It may never be harmed. But if it dies in combat, it's gonna be bad. Are there bears in RimWorld? Grizzly bears. How about grizzly bears and... I mean, the thrumbo would be, like, easy to venerate, because we can probably try and tame some thrumbos. Let's do some thrumbo. Power, that's ultimate power. Don't eat the trees, by the way. Do I have to lock any of these? Okay, we're basically done outside of choosing the, like, the little tidbits here and there. Game defaults to hair, shaved, normal. Tribal, normal, sure. Punk will do rare. Urban will do uncommon. Rural will do uncommon, just to give some more options. Royal will do rare, and soldier will do rare. I don't want anything to be necessarily off the table. Beards doesn't matter. I mean, common for tribal makes the most sense. Punk, rare. Urban, uncommon. Rural, maybe normal.
This is the sub sound.
mustache uncommon. Tats. Cannibal never. Punk rare. There you go. Preferred apparel. Probably nothing. But I need to check the apparel for these. Yep, they're good. Okay, and I need to just change, like, the name, which is going to be the hardest part. And I also need to take Midas out again soon. I should probably go ahead and save this as it is. Just so we don't lose anything. Please re-roll the lore to see if we get something funny before choosing a real one. Before everything, there was a pantheon of spirits, each unique. These came together in conference to create the world. The spirits of nature's animals are the same spirits residing within humans. Our universe will finalize when the one people has become strongest of all. This one's the same except with Deadlash. We'll recreate. A woman will wield the spirit of Deadlash to recreate the universe anew. I don't think I need to come up with like a super narrative for this one. Also, I've already had a drink, and I don't think I trust myself to come up with a funny one. So I think a default narrative is fine. The spirits of thought and consciousness live within animals and humans alike. The most powerful spirits are those in instruments of war. Oh, that's what we're doing anyways. And they bless those who feed their lust for destruction. It is said a powerful spirit of destruction will end the universe, but that a woman will wield the spirit of the Deadlash, recreate the universe anew. That's perfect. That being said, I don't have a name. We are female supremacy, individualists, animal personhood raiders. It's probably best to just come up with a new word like unnerved was. That was easy though. Just do the exact. Oh, I could pick a symbol and a color scheme. Until then. True. Muffalo. The thrombo symbol's nice. Red thrombo symbol. We haven't done a red. I did like the word shepherd. But is there another word?
This is the sub sound.
It's kind of just like tender, pastor. Dude, chicken tenders sound good right now. Maybe I have had a drink. I'm like hungry. I don't know. How about we just like take a BRB real quick and take Midas outside anyways, come back, reset, and get this we gotta pick a spot. The word queen is good. Could be like a combination of the two. Queen herder.
Queen Herder is a pretty good, like, title for the main character, but you guys did Amazon Prime. Because we are tribes people. Queens of the Stone Age. That's too... That's so on the nose. It's a literal existing band, chat. I think this is fine. Ritual room will be the... Also, it's like 11 p.m. and I don't have the brain to come up with interesting names. Oh, yeah, Queen's Herd is actually nicer, huh? The word herder is kind of like Queen's Herder. Not as good as Queen's Herd. That's good. Not like that. Alright, anyways, ritual room. The ritual room will just be the... prime time. I don't know. That's not a place. Listen, but prime time rhymes. Just get out of here. Okay, change. Culture Karunan, an ancient culture common among RimWorld tribes. We Astropolitan, the criminals. Well, we are raiders. I feel like this is the only opportunity we may have to be that. Style category spike core. No, probably not. Probably rustic and animalist. Animalist is a new animalist slab, broad and medium, and it affects cultures, recon helmets, marine helmets, cataphract helmets, and war masks. Rustic affects the furniture. Ring, ring, ring. Okay. How are we feeling about this? Let's save this. And I should probably double check it before we back off, but I think it's done. I think it is done. I'll evolve except for prime time. Well, what was your suggestion then, smartass? Your last suggestion was Amazonian shepherds. Wow, good job. Are you the RimWorld name generator? Because that is not any better than anything I said. How about the ritual room is the reserve? Like an animal reserve. It's a safe place. The ritual room, the reserve. I'm not gonna name it Dairy Queen. That's not even a place. I mean, it is a place, but not in the context of the game. Anyway, meat eating is horrible. Raiding is required. Male clothing totally covered. This is going to be really difficult. Killing innocent animals is horrible. This is going to be really difficult. We got 4 different rituals, including gladiator duels. I think everything is fantastic the way it is. Let's just go. Burning woman needs one of these buildings: effigy, pyre, or sacrificial flag. Is that bad? Does that need to be a building? Okay. Hot mama. Okay. Okay, I guess. The hot mama. There. Alright, we actually have to back up because I didn't pick a spot. Alright, chat. So we got the ideology down. We have to pick a spot. We'll have to decide on a biome. But first, I'm gonna BRB because I need to pee. I need to get a refill. I need to take Midas out. And then we get to start over, I guess. Okay? Hang tight. Jake Sunshine, thanks for the 22 months. Pump it. 2 years, here I come. You got it. Welcome, Jake Sunshine. Started something new and beautiful. And Yumuff also for sharing a year. Happy 1 year. You can hear a dog in the background. I'm back in like a few minutes. Maybe I'll get some more food. I'm kind of hungry. BRB.
Can you shut up about transhumanism? One note, one comment chatter. On repeat. How many times did you talk about it? Let's see. 1, 2. Scrolling up. 2's too many. It was more than 2. I remember. Okay, anyways. I'm back. But also I'm not back. Chad, I'm gonna pull the rug out from under you. While I was taking a BRB, taking Midas out, I would rather start a brand new game when I'm not tired. And that would be tomorrow. So, I'm just gonna say we'll pick up this with a brand new game earlier. I'll be earlier than 5 p.m. Pacific. And that way we don't have to spend the first 2-ish hours of the stream just making an ideology. And we can just have a nice fresh mind. I feel like I don't want to start a new game when I'm still like annoyed at losing the other game that we already had today. I've never been good at just mentally bouncing from one to the next immediately. So, I don't want to have a bad time playing the new game. I want to have a good time playing the new game. And I can do that after I sleep. Plus, this is going to be very difficult. No matter where we go, because we're starting Naked Brutality Losing is fun, and I want to be of sound mind and body getting that going and not half-baked. So, we'll just rest. I'm just gonna get some food, chill, maybe do a couple Starbase goofing if you want to hop on there in a little while, and then we'll come hit it RimWorld up tomorrow fresh and ready for a brand new game and campaign. So come back at we would start at 5 p.m. Pacific today. I'll try to start at least by 4 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. So we'll try to start like an hour early. But I'm just tired. Didn't mean to debate. I didn't realize it until I got up from the computer. And I'm hungry and sleepy. So I will see you guys again for another better RimWorld stream. For now, let's go say hi and do a little raid. Let's go say what's up to Avic. Avic was a big help in the stream yesterday. Speaking of Starbase, was helping with a lot of the technical coding issues and stuff I was having on my ship, and I really appreciated the help he provided. Very, very smart person, good at coding things, and is currently playing Kingdom 2 Crowns, which was a really fun game. And it's been streaming longer than I have, so I don't know how much longer they're going to keep streaming. But go over there, have some fun. I'm sure Avic would love to see you. Give him a follow if you haven't already. Check him out. Also has played some RimWorld not too long ago. Not sure if they're intending to get back into it. I think we had the same issue now. It took me longer to get around to it, but we just kept getting spanked. Because I know he started like 4 or 5 new colonies, and now I'm starting to join the club. Feeling that same way. But I appreciate you coming out tonight. I appreciate you watching and helping me pick a new ideology I think is going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to try and see what we can do with this. Do some of the memes, some of the precepts that we haven't tried before, and see what works and what doesn't. Until next time, thanks for watching the downfall of another colony. We'll get them next time, champ. Keep your head up. Good night, everybody.